Hmm.
Did you take more Xanax last night?
No. I need some though.
Yeah, we only have. There was only two in there. I took one. There's only one left. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
And Jeremy only has the peach one. It's in the store. Give him that fucking D9.
And here we go.
It's already about to be gone. They don't show up till long.
Okay, good. Seems to be working. There was, for everybody listening right now, there was an amazing event last night, and it was a Pacific fur ball. So either you got to be on the United States side or the Axis side, but in the Pacific theater of war. So we had F4Us and they had Nickies and Zeros. Anyway, so let's start out with a quick sneak. The hell, I don't know why buttons are getting pressed and stuff. We're going to take the D9 just to make sure that we make it home. Wish you guys could see my sticks. And I got a special treat. It'll get paused intermittently when someone needs to talk to me.
Fantastic.
All over the U.S.
All over the U.S. And Randall, you guys together is just so.
We'll see how this goes.
Because I know you guys spent a lot of time together, and you were working together on just this current project.
We did a fantastic research.
Joe Rogan, if you don't know. That's strange. I am not. Oh, okay, yeah, I am. guys are geologists or something, and they know some stuff. Very interesting.
The geologists that have been looking at this use a term called sphergra, which was originally contrived to, it's a million cubic meters per second, and they originally came up with it to talk about ocean currents like the Gulf Stream and so on, not realizing that down the road it was actually going to be applied to currents that were flowing over the land. But that's what we were looking at. Let's spell that word. It's named after the scientist that first
And I'm going to
with
give
the
this
concept. It's SVER.
moving mic a little bit.
It's 100 million.
And I need flaps, one for this take on.
Cubic meters per second. Which is very difficult to even envision.
But when you see it on the landscape, I mean, for example, there's a place called
The
the
brakes
Campus
on.
where you see these
Brakes on.
Alert. They are engaging our fields.
current ripples on the beach, but actually they are current ripples, but they're 50 feet high, hundreds of millions of feet long, and that receding flow left those ripples on that landscape there above the town of Wenatchee. There's a gigantic river which didn't come from Wenatchee, it weighs 18,000 tons, and it got there in an iceberg the size of a oil tanker, which grounded against that side of the valley. The flood waters receded, the iceberg melted away, and it left this humongous bulb in there. And actually, there's thousands of these gigantic bulbs just scattered across the landscape that we've seen on the west and it all speaks.
So if the squad mates are watching, Vegas is cooled down enough to where I can finally use the computer without fear of burning it up. So hopefully we will see more of each other now that the
If you want, I can pull up some
weather's better.
Yeah, something of that order, let's just say. Really fucking big. I mean, an enormous thing. And the fact is, if there were just one, it would be spectacular. But there's thousands of them. And we're all just washed away. So when the ice caps suddenly melted down, we know now that happened because of the impact of several fragments of a giant comet back 12,800 years ago. It released a huge flood of meltwater, and that meltwater carried was jostling the icebergs, huge icebergs. And many of these icebergs had rocks enchained within them. As glacial ice moves, it snatches up and enchains rock and keeps it inside. There's a name for them, they're called glacial erratics. And so they're in these icebergs, and the icebergs are jostling against each other.
Josh, I don't know if you've seen the UP-38 cockpit, but after this flight I'll load it up.
And this is all carbon dated to this time period?
The dating is very secure. Very secure.
Oh my god.
If we look here at the image, now this is not from the catastrophic flood we're talking about,
Obviously.
but interestingly enough, this was a 100-year flood that happened in Georgia back in 2004. And what we had was a floodplain that got overtopped for the first time in decades, and it left these current ripples here. And I use this slide to show what we're used to on the scale of phenomena that we would normally see. This kind of phenomena.
So this is a normal, very large, major storm.
Yes.
That, makes sense.
This was Hurricane Ivan when it came through in 2004. They referred to it as a 100-year flood.
The radar's
so
taken
this
out.
is a
I don't
massive
know if
storm, but it's nothing out of the ordinary, really. It's rare. Like
Yeah, it's rare. What you'll see here is, I've got a measuring tape here. You're going to see the wavelength is about 3 inches. The amplitude, the vertical height of these things is about 3/4 of an inch.
And so these are all, what we're looking at is all dry dirt that has
sand.
Sand.
It's been rippled. It's been carried along, swept along in this water that was over this floodplain, which was 2 feet deep. Carried along, and as the water declined, it deposited this sand and then rippled it as the final stages.
And we're looking at this at what year? How long after the storm was this?
This was a week or two after the storm, because within a month this was all obscured by wind and everything. So now, just so you've got this by comparison, we'll go to this. This is what Graham was just talking about, Camas Prairie. And what you see here is there's ranches out there, and you've got this 10-mile long field of these gigantic ripples. And if you look up in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you can see some of these ripples. They're, like Graham said, they're 100 to 300 feet in wavelength, and they're up to 50 feet in amplitude. And the water that flowed through here that deposited this was over 1,000 feet deep.
So this is fractal. This is fractal. You get it. You get it in the small scale. In the first image, Randall showed the same phenomenon there with the flood just 2 feet deep, and then we come to this humongous testament to what happened 12,800 years ago. And it's easy to drive through it and not really figure what you're driving through, but once you look at it and realize what happened, it really dilates the imagination.
So this must have been just an absolutely enormous event when it happened, and really sudden.
Unimaginable. And human beings lived through that, and it changed everything. They're called extinction level events. These global cataclysms wipe the slate clean. They change everything, and they set a new order in motion. A new order follows that. So a classic example is the extinction of the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. That turned dinosaurs into chickens, They were gone, and it opened the way for mammals. And our distant ancestor is a sort of 65 million year old shrew, which was going nowhere until the dinosaurs were wiped by a cosmic impact. And then they began to evolve, and here we are. So dinosaurs became chickens, and shrews became human beings.
Almost
The world
harder
changes.
for me to imagine than this. This is very hard for me to wrap my head around, but that we came from a shrew 65 million years ago.
Well, that's
is harder.
That's the story of evolution. One can buy into it or not, but certainly mammals were going nowhere before the dinosaurs were swept out of the way. And the point I'm making is that these events, which are called extinction level events, they reset the clock. They make everything start again. And this is why what happened in North America 12,800 years ago is so important, because that period, the whole period, was 12,800 to 11,600 years ago. That period stands right in the
34 is on top of the hill there.
as the beginnings, the origins of civilization, and yet
Can I get a mic check?
5x5.
Thanks, Doc.
Yep, right here. Tanker's tracked. I'm gonna die here. The tank is tracked. He's nowhere near the map room. I'm bringing an M3. Right. China's almost white flag.
Damn, so weird.
We should probably just leave him there and let him stew. If he wants to get us, he needs to bail out.
Typhoon incoming.
He's coming from a spawn.
Is under attack.
Roger.
Oh, he's coming for me.
It's
Shit.
probably an M3. All he needs is 2 loads. Yeah, I got an M3. I'm heading towards town. Yeah, coming in.
Just gonna drop on anything.
Doghouse check. Typhoon.
Radiator hit. Me and that guy collided earlier, too. I don't know why, but I'm getting a delay in the audio, guys. I'm sorry.
It's okay. If you guys can pick up that GV that's trying to get to town, if it's an N3, it would be useful to make sure he doesn't make it. I got a Lancaster that's going to finish the town.
My left wing.
I'll be back.
Okay, keep an eye on him. We should be able to finish this before he gets there.
3-0, I'll get behind you.
Troops are entering town now.
Alright, well, I'll get rid of my troops and bring subs.
Turning on final drop. Aircraft.
I'm about 10 seconds off the map room.
Damn. If they take that base, I'm gonna be so pissed.
Mainstream archaeology and historians have not taken it into account, and I don't blame them for that. This is new information. This is new science that's been mainly published in the professional journals since 2007. It's very intriguing new information, but we cannot any longer trust the established model of the origins of civilization, since it does not take into account an extinction level event right in the foundations, and that's why I say the house of history appears to be built on foundations of sand.
Now, this hasn't been adopted yet, but is it resisted? Has mainstream?
Yes.
It is. It's being resisted.
Whenever you propose a cataclysm of any kind, it's a curious thing. I don't know whether it's psychological or something more sinister than that, but whenever you propose that and present evidence for it, you can be sure that you will be descended upon by a furious crowd of critics. And the group of scientists, more than 30 of them, very significant mainstream scientists who've been presenting the evidence for the comet impact, have had a fight on their hands since 2007. But I can say with confidence, and I detail it at length in the book, that they have won that fight. Every criticism that's been made of their work, they have refuted, and they've come back with new evidence, sometimes 3 or 4 papers a year, and it's a compelling case, and we can't ignore it anymore.
Well, it seems to me, as a casual observer, I mean, more casual, I mean, probably more into it than the average person, but no, not even close to you guys, that as this evidence piles up, like the nuclear glass that they keep finding it's about 12,000.
That's one of what they call the impact proxies.
Yeah.
See, what we've got to consider is that we are looking at objects which might be a mile wide that are coming into the atmosphere at 70,000 miles an hour, and they are hot. You know, some people will remember Comet Shoemaker-Levy 9 that hit Jupiter back in 1994. That was a small comet, just 2 kilometers wide, broke into about 20 fragments. The explosive power of those impacts on Jupiter was 300 gigatons. Now let me put that into perspective. The entire world's nuclear arsenal, were it to go off at once, would be 6.4 gigatons. So you're looking at something beyond imagination. The power of these impacts is absolutely colossal. Numbers don't do it. Just imagine a world on fire, a world changed forever.
The explosion that hit Jupiter was about the size of the Earth too, right?
No. This was a comet. About
the impact.
The plume. Yes,
itself.
It was like the size of the Earth.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So we're looking at something that when it happened, what's the timeline around? What the calculations around? Somewhere around 11,000 years ago.
Well, there's actually a period. This is an episode rather than a single incident, and that's part of the mystery. First off, there are the impacts 12,800 years ago. That causes this cataclysm centered on North America, but global. And global temperature plummets. People who talk about global warming or today, what happened? The change in temperature 12,800 years ago is just stunning.
And this is undeniable.
This is
Randall's
undeniable.
detailed this in depth the last time he was here with mainstream scientific data that's irrefutable.
Absolutely.
Core samples, ice core samples,
absolutely.
things along those lines.
And they just call it the Younger Dryas, and it's a 1,200 year period. Temperatures plunge at the beginning, massive animal extinctions, and then 1,200 years later, equally suddenly, temperatures shoot up again dramatically, and there's another series of floods. So the period is 12,800 to 11,600 years ago, and I don't know if Randall agrees, we're sure that the comet was the cause of the first event 12,800 years ago. I think other bits of the comet were responsible for the second event as well. I think there was an impact in ocean which threw water vapor up into the upper atmosphere, caused a greenhouse effect, and created that sudden spike in warming and that huge flood.
Those two warming spikes show up very dramatically in the Greenland ice cores. And I pulled these up, I think, in the last meeting, but it'd be good to reference it again. And basically what you see here is warming spike.
Oh, this one isn't equipped with the dive brake. I'll show you the dive brake one later, though.
And these were extreme. We're talking about 10 degrees centigrade, roughly, in perhaps a year or two. And this translates into about 17 or 18 degrees Fahrenheit.
Fire two.
So we're talking many times greater than the warming of the last century or two. Instantly, basically just like that. And this what we see here, brackets, this whole episode of this period of transition from the glacial age to this nice warm Holocene interglacial age that we're in now. And Graham brought up about how this sits right at the very foundation of our modern history. And if you look at whether it's the dispersion of languages, the beginning of agriculture, the first cities, the domestication of animals, what you see over and over again is the same dates showing up, 8, 9, 10,000 years ago. And in this model that we're describing here, we're not really seeing the genesis of civilization. We're seeing the rebooting of civilization in the aftermath of these events.
Like we lost.
This is the only thing that makes sense. We have now the data that makes sense.
Where
of
are you
what
headed,
previously has
27?
been very mysterious and unexplained evidence.
So, for folks who are not aware of both of your work, to me this is so fascinating because I've been a fan of your.
Where you going to hit over there?
God, I mean, more than a decade, right? When did it come out, in the 90s?
Well, Fingerprints of the Gods was published in 1995,
Maybe
which is 20 years ago. And Magicians of the Gods, the new book, is the sequel to Fingerprints. And I've written it because there's just this massive new information that changes the whole picture completely.
Fingerprints of the Gods, I started reading sometime in the late 90s and just became engrossed in it and fascinated by this concept that civilization, and as you put it, that we are a species that has amnesia and that we just forgot what our past was. But the two of you together is what's so fascinating because it puts this puzzle together. Your obsession with asteroidal impacts and these massive extinction events, and your knowledge of this ancient architecture that doesn't make any sense, and these
I'm gonna go over there and deact that town and hit the radar real quick.
The timelines, and for people who aren't aware of the whole story behind it, the erosion on the enclosure of the Sphinx, where they made the Sphinx, has thousands of years of rainfall erosion. That doesn't make any sense because the last time there was rain in the Nile Valley was like 9,000 BC, which is somewhere around there.
Yes, really, the climate of Egypt has been as dry as it is today for about the last 5,000 years. So you have to go back. You actually have to go back to this period, to the Dryas period, to get those heavy rainfalls that come in the Sphinx. I want to pay tribute to the local government in the West and the shock for most of the West because they weren't received way back in the 1990s.
to have a P-38 or a P-51. I don't know which one I would choose.
We are finding that this lost civilization popular all around the world, indeed on any island. So we can be absolutely sure that data used in question that we just easily discovered that it's like 40 meters underwater in the Sicily Channel. It's been underwater for the best part of 10,000 years, which means that magnetic site is at least that old and maybe much older. We can be sure about the data because it's likewise we can be sure the data because we can see that no major organic material got in to contaminate the continent when the first
Invading or buried somewhere else during that time period.
somebody got it right.
We don't know when it was built, but we know it was buried at least 10,000
Well,
years
the
ago.
dates that are coming out now, the earliest days now, it's important to be clear that there's much more than go back to 10 million. There's actually about 50 times as has already been excavated, which is underground still, not been dug up. They know it's there, you know, the whole site around the radar, and what they're seeing is it's huge, 20 to 50 ton T-shaped negative buried underground. So it just has something went to enormous lengths to create this. They also, or somebody else, went to enormous lengths to and actually go back to means pot-bellied milling, actually. And that whole pot-bellied mill covers this site was artificially put there by human beings, teams of men and women, with buckets filled with rubble and stones, filling it in and covering it up.
So strange. No guesses or theories as to why we did this.
Really not. There's not. It's just a fact that it happened because archaeologists and geologists can tell from the nature of the material that covers these buildings that it isn't a natural civilization that they would be covering.
It's got to be satisfying to you guys, two obsessed crazy men who come together and make theories,
Why not
lock
go?
in like puzzle pieces, and ha-ha!
Well, you've got the right word there because
Obsessed
this is...
crazy
You're
man.
full of good news, Art.
Absolutely. You've got to be a bit obsessed to stick with some stories. I came in for an enormous people say bad things about it. But what I learned is you just have to keep your ideas by shouting down by the established technology of society. Things are really I've been in the industry for 20 years now. What we're seeing is just a massive new evidence that basically indicates the of a lost civilization. See, if I may say, but back in 10, the earliest dates they pulled out of the
Four
ground
guns
now,
down,
which they think is the
76 minutes.
foundation of the site, 11,600 years ago.
Copy.
And that is really significant because 11,600 years ago was the second episode of capitalism at the end of the ancient world. So we know
Way to go.
Have to pause that.
Aircraft low north of town.
Got this badass mirror, but it doesn't work right.
Yeah, we got a GV here too.
Dropping the rest of my aids on town.
Does this field have a town?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, south. This field's
Copy.
cabs on the south.
Roger, I see it now.
It's like a flak on the northeast corner of town. already on my ass. I didn't see him.
You got 190 coming in.
I got one more egg to drop.
On the way with an M4.
Center on the town center is destroyed. Just the outskirts building.
Up, going, yep. Tomorrow we'll check it.
Damn. Right as I released the bomb. Please let the AR, I can afford the AR. I gotta eat. Nature's calling. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Okay. $33, not bad. Fire engine 1. Fire engine 2. Parking brakes are set. Let those spool for a minute. Okay, brakes off. Yeah, this wheel's kind of weird. I mean, they need to fix that. Alright, where is... Okay, oh no, wait, if I go... Oh, yeah, okay. So... Right throttle. This is the squad plane. This is what we are about. I don't think anybody's better than us at delivering packages at 400 miles an hour than us with this aircraft here. This is the Arado AR-234. It did see action in World War II. It was, the Axis Nazis, I want to say Nazis, they would send this up with the 262 in tow to protect. These first versions had 2 engines, and they were later followed by 4 engine models. our squad commander is absolutely the best guy I've ever seen fly these things. He knows them better than anybody. Can even dogfight with them. This aircraft comes equipped with two 30mm cannon, fast firing, I believe, in the rear. See those two holes? That's where the cannon is located. Oops. Yeah, I just gave you a demonstration of the cannon. See that? So if you get a P-51 behind you or something equivalent, you kind of try and waste him. The commander can do some amazing things with this. I hope one day to be able to show everybody. Okay. Every bit of fuel counts in this baby. So I'm going to refuel, shut down one engine. Okay, refueling now. We're going to turn off engine 1. Actually, it'd be wiser to leave them both on for the moment and then shut it down as I'm moving, because to fight the torque of that one engine is too fuel waste. Ooh, parking brake. Too not conserving, too wasting. So you get it rolling. Give it some power. Okay, I'm going to make a right turn. So we're going to shut down engine 2. Actually see it. See, that's what it looks like on my sticks. This is a trick the commander taught us, Commander Clasher. That the runways that they built for this airplane were a lot longer than what they provided us in this simulator. So now I'm going to start the other engine. Here's the gun sight for the rear gun. Okay, brake. Brake off. Left throttle. We're about to go. Those crazy things on the wings. Okay, let's hope David got this right. Alright, full power. Trims are neutral. I show you the crazy things in the wings. You see those? Those are rockets to help you get off the ground.
The enemy is
Because they
attacking.
knew this was an extremely hard airplane to get airborne. But it looks like I'm going to have no trouble at all with our commander's good old trick. And then we get to save the RATO, rocket assisted takeoff, for something more useful. Nice and easy, like gear coming up. Yep. Yeah, they do create a lot of drag. Oh, bombers are the only things you can see from the outside. I mean, they create a lot of drag, but when you need a run from somebody, there's no better thing in the world. Make our right turn, and then we're going to want to hit 300 knots, or 300 on the airspeed indicator. See that Jerry in the window? What a view, huh? Scary thing you were doing, but jeez, what a view. Okay, now I think I will level the aircraft, and we're going to do a maneuver called porpoising. We'll soon find out what that is. But let's see here. Yeah, I'm on course. I'm going to take out 3 radar stations in one run, probably. Speeds that normal people would go, what the hell are you doing? But I like to kind of try to get up to 5,000 around there before I level out. Okay, leveling aircraft. Look at its position in the air. Until it starts to build up speed, it's going to have that nose up orientation. Gauges. Okay, 250. This is where the commander would usually fire the rocket assisted takeoff and get his butt up to 300 as fast as he can, and then start to porpoise. And we like to make turns like this. See, I want to go dead on ball east, so we do it like this. And it gives you practice with, because that's how you eventually have to use the gun. 290. Let's type in my speed. Speed 300.
Alert. They are engaging our fields.
Okay, 301. Begin auto climb. At 5,000, I'm going to level and fire the radar. This is one of the harder gauges to read in this airplane. Explain it. Okay, here's your altimeter. The red needle starts at 0, of course, if you're at 0. And you notice the 5 is swinging kind of through them. That means we're approaching 5,000 feet, or we're above 5,000 now. We're at 5,003. So I'm going to level at 5,500 and check what that looks like. Okay, right now. Alright, we're level. Going 300. We're about to hit the afterburners, baby. This is real exciting. In 3, 1. Let's make sure, because, yeah, okay. In 3, 2, 1. Radar. Level. Okay, now these are going to drop off. When we fly in formation, you don't want to get hit by those, because that will end your day. That is not fun. Alright, porpoising begins. I will start to climb at, let's say, there's 1G. Steit. To climate 2000. And it's feet per minute, but I don't know how you'd say it. Dutch. Steit per. Just figure feet a minute. Take one more ump, get it to 250 about, and that'll get me to 10, 9, 10, okay. Give it a second. And now I'm going to go down again. My speed back up to 300. We'll start to encounter high altitude winds at about 14. So you're already going 300 again, and we only lost about 1,000 feet. Level. This is called the portals. Alright. Let's pull up. 2,000. Okay, we are on target so far, but we just don't have a high.
The enemy is attacking.
See, that time I took it down to 20 because okay. Let's do our little tiny, little bitty dive. Countering those winds. To 83. To 89, 290. Get my bomb sight ready. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. 97, 98, 99. We're going up. About to enter the radar, sir. Returning to target. 14, come on. 15, and we will be good. Nope. Okay, back to the scope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. $16,000, that's Mark. Double aircraft. Getting close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Shit, I should have left it where it was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 9, 10, 11. Oh yeah, we're coming right up. Slow down. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. We're looking for the big radar pole. That's the hell we want down. And I am switched over to bombs. Something you kind of forget in this airplane, but oh geez, I'm gonna have company. Bombs away. Well, I don't know if this is gonna hit, but see if we hit it. Missed. Damn it. That enemy aircraft gave me the jitters and I didn't make it. Still giving me the jitters. Okay, anyway. Let's get a little tiny bit of pull up here. And head to the next target.
The enemy is attacking.
Oh, cool. Hell yeah. Tell him thank you.
David said thank you.
approaching our optimum altitude for this airplane. Shifts really. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 319. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 333 left to guide. This one I will miss. That stupid 109. Three. Okay, 30-foot error shouldn't matter. Okay, here we go. I see the mast. Bombs away. Full power. Again. Oh, we can't get any high. We're just gonna leave it here. Just watch this baby hit that thing. Bang! Not more than 5 feet off. Now that was a shot. You know what? I could probably turn around. Bang that sucker I missed the first time. Let's do it. That's a cool picture. I should take it. Oh, there it is. Have that bank. Okay. Picture. Almost went up to 20,000 feet for a picture. Hopefully none of them bad guys got any bright ideas. Okay, like I said, we're going 400 miles an hour. It's no joke. Do not have time to make an error. Level. What the hell? Oh, bomb site. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 402, that's perfect.
The enemy is attacking.
Right on the money. Overspeeding. It went right on that money. Two-foot error. Okay, I still did not see the target. That's the only thing I'm not liking right now about all this. There it is. 1 foot error. Hand off the throttle. Oh. Slow down a bit. Let's give us a little more gas. Okay. Alright, we're in the scope. Wait. Okay, 18,000 feet, moving 400 miles an hour. Okay, here we go. Is the money shot. Oh! Uh-oh. I don't know if we got it, boys and girls. Here's another cool picture. Oh, look at that. That was about 20 feet off. Uh-oh. That transmission coming in, I can't hear him.
You wouldn't happen to have... Oh no, turned. You wouldn't happen to... You wouldn't happen to have troops, would you, Cap?
Oh, I'm gonna catch it! You gotta catch it, Papa!
31 minutes of fuel remain. Now that we're going 433, it's doing, oh, let's take some photos, huh? Perfect time.
I got you.
perfect Halloween shot right there, boy. Right there. Oh, oh no, the sun went away. Oh. Now I want to do a huge pull. Okay. Boom. Straight up. Straight up. What the hell did my gear come down for? What the hell's going on? Mess around too much and get killed. Come back in power. Now, easy cruising. Get back to our show, and I will find a place to land.
It was accompanied by massive global flooding.
Is it possible that this was covered up then? That it wasn't covered up intentionally by people? That it was covered up as a part of that cataclysm? No?
It was made after the cataclysm was over. And archaeologists have a problem with this because the site is very sophisticated. It contains the world's first
Take it down to
north-south
20,000
aligned
though.
structure. And you can't do that without precise astronomy. In fact, there are huge astronomical implications to the Göbekli Tepe site. The architecture is massive. And you see, the problem archaeology has is that up till now, they've been teaching us that megalithic sites like this, astronomically, megalithic sites like this, are maximum of 5,000 to 5,500 years old. And suddenly we're looking at a site which is far bigger than any other megalithic site known in the world, which is at least 6,000 years older than any other known site. So how do they explain this? Our ancestors are supposed to have been just hunter-gatherers at that time, nomads following the game, not with a sophisticated societal organization that would have specialists who had these knowledge, who had these skills, who could put this work together. So the fairy tale archaeologists are now telling about Göbekli Tepe is that one morning a group of hunter-gatherers woke up somehow divinely inspired with the complete knowledge of megalithic architecture and how
dirty
to organize
window.
the
Yeah,
workforce
right.
and how to bring them to a site, which, by the way,
I don't believe them when they would have left the
and to
window
put this whole proposition together. And at the same time, exactly at the same moment, 11,600 years ago, we suddenly get evidence of agriculture spreading all over Turkey. It's like Göbekli Tepe is a center of innovation, and associated with it is the birth of agriculture in Turkey. And to me, this looks like a transfer of technology. It does not look to me like a group of hunter-gatherers woke up one morning magically equipped with the ability to invent agriculture and create a megalithic site like this. It looks to me like people who already had that knowledge. came into that area, settled there, and tried to pass on their knowledge to the local people, and maybe used Göbekli Tepe as a kind of university or initiation center to train and teach people in those skills. That's what it feels like. And another point is that that same date, 11,600 years ago, is the date that Plato gives us for the destruction and submergence by flood of the lost civilization of Atlantis. And up till now, archaeologists have dismissed the whole Atlantis story, and they've regarded it as kind of
Nature's
pseudoscience,
calling.
although it
Be
comes from
right
Plato.
back.
But Plato said very clearly that this happened 9,000 years before the time of Solon, and Solon lived in 600 BC, so Plato is telling us Atlantis went down 9,600 BC, 11,600 years ago. Exactly the date of the second spike of the Younger Dryas cataclysm.
If you look here at this graph, we see...
Randall, pull this sucker up close to you so that you get a little bit more.
We can see here, these are studies of sea level rise at the end of the Ice Age. And rather than it being a smooth curve, which was the old model, which you can see represented by the dashed line, it's two enormous spikes. And that second spike, you see MWP-1b, that's meltwater pulse 1b. And you've got meltwater pulse 1a. Meltwater pulse 1b is dated precisely to 11,600 years ago.
This is crazy. It's like everything aligns. Everything aligns. The nuclear glass that they're finding in the core samples.
Well, yeah,
that's all the same around the same time.
This was
period.
the point I wanted to make. When we talk about these objects coming in at 70,000 miles an hour, they are packing an enormous amount of kinetic energy and heat, and when they hit the ground, there are distinct products left in the soil, and those include nanodiamonds. They're created by the shock and the impact. You can only see them, they're under a microscope. They're tiny, tiny, tiny things. And carbon spherules, and the melt glass, which is just basically identical to trinitite, which is the melt glass that you get from nuclear explosions. They're called impact proxies, and there's a distinct layer of the soil all around the world, dated to 12,800 years ago, which contains this stuff, and also contains the evidence of continental wildfires burning. And I think Randall might want to address that issue of continental wildfires and why they happened.
All these images are beautiful, but let's note that most people are just listening to this. So if you're just listening to this, those images that Randall put up on the screen show these enormous straight up and down spikes of the water level rising, which it has to be caused by ocean level rising, which has to be caused by something extremely dramatic. Like that, just looking at that, like, wow, what happened there? That's nuts.
That's the melting of the ice sheets. The sudden, rapid, catastrophic meltdown of the ice sheets, dumping millions of cubic kilometers of water back into the ocean basins.
And how those little dashes on the bottom, the numbers, how many years do they represent? Like that spike that goes straight up and down, the largest spike.
Yes.
How much time does that represent?
Well, you've got two here that basically represent the margin of error in the dating. The earliest version of it is the spike you see on the right. The latest version you see is on the left, and it varies between about 14 and 13,000 years for the first spike. The second spike is dating now to about, like I said, about 11,600. The numbers across the bottom are KYR, means thousands of years before present. So you can see 9, 10, that would be 10,000 years ago.
So essentially, it seems like our Earth went through like 1,000 years.
Oh no!
1,000 years of hell. It's
what
really
happened?
To imagine what the world was like then for the people who lived in it, and I think it makes sense of why all around the world we have a story of a global flood. This is not something confined to the story of Noah in the Bible. This is a universal story of a cataclysm that changed the world and wiped away a former
I'll bet the autopilot disconnected this dumbass.
Secondly, all around the world, and this is intriguing, there is a universal fear of comets. Now, why should we be afraid of comets? We see comets up in the sky, they whiz through, they have this nice tail, they look pretty. Why should we be scared of them? But every culture in the world has myths and traditions that associate comets with disaster.
Well,
and I think it's pretty obvious why, because this
hope it was
comet
a good crash.
12,800 years ago was remembered by the survivors, and they passed that memory down to their children and their children's children, and it's still with us today, and it's now we know based on something very real.
Well, it seems like to me, as a layperson, with all this evidence and all this evidence that correlates, it's all corresponding, it all seems to fit together. It would seem like this would be something that a lot of mainstream scientists and archaeologists would be extremely interested in. Like, why would they?
So I'm
why
going
would
to
they
do
try
that
to
right
ignore something
fast.
like
The first thing they've tried to do is to get rid of it. This is often the case where new information emerges that contradicts established theories. And it's a strange phenomenon in science because we like to think of scientists as rational and reasonable people. But the fact is that when you get very committed to a particular model, to a particular idea, I think you start to connect your own personality to it. And any attack on that idea becomes an existential attack on you yourself.
How sad.
And it is sad because again and again what we see is the new facts being dismissed because they don't fit the existing theory, where in fact what we should be doing is modifying the existing theory to explain the newly discovered facts. And this is a problem in the whole history of science, actually.
Well, I remember when I first became aware of that problem when I watched the documentary on the mysteries of the Sphinx, where Dr. Robert Schoch met with some archaeologist in Egypt. It wasn't Zawi Hawass, it was a Western guy.
Yeah.
And he met with this guy, and they were explaining their theory about the erosions of the Sphinx, and he was laughing at it. But openly mocking it. Like, what evidence? Where's this evidence? But it was
wondering if you got...
It was just so
Yeah, I got
riddled with
field
ego.
Yeah.
I was like, well, how could you... First of all, the concept of 11,000 years ago, when you start thinking about 11, that's a long time.
You bet.
And what evidence really would be there other than stone?
Yeah.
It seems to me that it'd be very little. I mean, whatever fragments of pottery you'd be lucky to find.
You're lucky to find.
But looking for some massive evidence that clearly shows, beyond any shadow of a doubt, well, here it is. Like, oh boy, you're asking for a lot from 11,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And you have something pretty substantial right in front of you, and he's mocking it.
Exactly. This is why I've come to view archaeology and history as a kind of more ideology, really, than science. There's an ideological view about how civilization developed, that we have this long, slow, gradual, politically correct rise from the Upper Paleolithic, from the hunter-gatherers through the Neolithic into the first cities, and we go on, and then we develop technologies, and here we are, the apex and the pinnacle of this whole story. And gosh, we're so proud of ourselves and our achievements, and we think we're wonderful,
Yes.
and we praise and value our technology. I've got nothing against technology, but there's a hint of arrogance in this. There's a hint of pride, that it was all about us. And I think that once you start introducing this new view of history, that there may have been an earlier civilization, a high civilization which was utterly wiped out by a global cataclysm, why it contradicts that ideological position, and you find yourself in ideological struggle with archaeologists. And that's why, so for example, if my book is handed over to any archaeologist to review, they're just going to piss all over it. They're not even probably going to read it. They're just going to say Hancock. They say again and again, Hancock is a pseudo-scientist. Nobody should listen to him. That's their system of attack, is to first of all devalue you so much that nobody will ever listen to you. And that's why I appreciate the support of just real down-to-earth people out there who are looking at this information and finding that actually, the story of history we've been taught doesn't make sense, and this new information does make sense of it.
Well, this new information, in my eyes, it's so substantial, and there's so much of it, and so much of it fits together. It's incredibly difficult to ignore, and much more so than when that documentary in the Sphinx was created. That was quite a while ago. Charlton Heston was the narrator of it.
And at that time, we were sticking our necks out, putting that information forward. I was in that documentary as well.
Yes.
But today, things have changed, and what I see is the archaeological mainstream in a state of denial about this information. They just don't want to recognize it and absorb it, but they're going to have to recognize it. It's going to be forced upon them, whether they like it or not.
It's so sad because you count on these people to distribute the information, but their egos get involved in things, and if you've been teaching something for a long time, then it turns out you gave out master's degrees on things that were completely incorrect.
Absolutely.
It's got to be
and
very hard.
something else, although this sounds a bit conspiratorial, I think the existing view of history is part of a mind control system in our society. It's something that we're presented with, that we take in with our mother's milk, and we never
let's see
propose
if
to
it fixed
question. I think it's, if you control the past, you do actually control the present and the future as well.
So, but you mean if you have an absolutely established narrative that you're teaching and you're unwilling to look at any possible variations to that, you're saying, like, almost from an authority position, we know what happened and we know where we're going.
Yeah.
But if you say, shit, we don't know what happened, then it's, well, then who are you to tell us where we're going?
Exactly. And it starts to raise questions over everything, actually.
Right.
Yeah, and we're kind of in this mode now where there's a very large growing political agenda around the idea that humans are the sole cause of global change and that we're the dominant force within this whole process. Now here we come along and we're saying, well, no, there's actually
I think I fixed it,
forces
and
unleashed
I got
on this
my
planet that
Pratt
really
& Whitney
utterly
hat
dwarf
on.
anything we've done
See
yet.
that?
What does that do to that paradigm? You see, that's what I think what we're coming
One of my
down here
favorite
to.
hats.
Part of the scenario now is that humans are engaged in
Let's get
causing
into
the
something with
sixth
the
great
Pratt &
mass
Whitney
extinction, as we talked about
engine
in
in it now, huh?
one of the previous. And now we're coming along and saying, well, wait a second, here's something from outer space that has come in and caused the last great mass extinction on Earth. And what's interesting, I found, is that quite a number of the scientists that have been in the opposition to the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis have been in the forefront of pushing this scenario of human-caused mass extinction and blaming the extinction of the great megafauna that died out 12,000 years ago on human hunters, which, again, we talked about that, and I consider that ludicrous, that, Paleo-Indian hunters using spears are going to cause the extermination of 10 million woolly mammoths before they could even reproduce, along with 120 other species of megafauna.
Well, 65% of all mammals in North America were wiped out somewhere around that time, right?
Wiped out.
Mega mammals. Which is over 100 pounds in body weight, essentially.
Yeah.
And
Actually,
it was
more, like 75%.
75%.
75%.
And it was almost instantaneous, though, right? I mean, it was over a course of a very short period of time.
Very short period of time. The scientists who have been diligently working away in this field since they've published their first paper in 2007 have just brought out a new paper, the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, July 2015, where they're doing a statistical analysis of all the sites where the evidence comes from. And what that tells us is that this is what is referred to as an isochron. This event 12,800 years ago. We're not looking at the effects of 100 or 200 years of events. We're looking at something that happened effectively in a single afternoon across 50 million square kilometers of the Earth's surface.
Ooh, that gives me goosebumps. A single afternoon, all over the world, everything changes forever. And it's fucked for 1,000 years.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then I'd like Randall to address this issue of continent-wide wildfires, because we do see this in the stratum, that when you get this superheated ejecta coming down on ancient primal forests, consider the effect.
This is Murray Springs, one of the Clovis sites, and this is what is known as the black mat layer.
Where's Murray Springs?
It's in Arizona, and it's southern Arizona, and it's near the Clovis site, which is New Mexico.
That's the Clovis impact site?
Well, no, but the Clovis site was where one of the first places in North America where human remains were found in association with extinct megamammals, such as woolly mammoths. And it's just outside of Clovis, New Mexico.
They refer to them as the Clovis culture, and because that culture
We'll
was
be there
one of the
before
casualties
3.
of this comet impact, the comet impact is often referred to as the Clovis comet.
Okay. Yes, and many of these Clovis sites, and there's been over 50 of them around now documented over North America. I think about 2/3 of them have this black mat layer, which shows up very clearly in this image. Now that black mat layer is black because of the considerable amount of carbon soot that's in it. So in other words, right there, that's the evidence of your wildfires, is that this blanket of soot over the continent that left this black mat layer. And below that black mat layer, you'll find extinct mega mammals. Like here, you see the yellow arrow there points to the black mat layer. Now, if you look up, you'll see how it's more buff colored. That was the color of all of this, but the soot that was in that black mat layer dispersed and colored the other adjacent layers. But you'll notice the bones below are the bones of extinct mammals. The bones found above it are extant or still existing mammals. And that layer separates these two domains of extinct mammals and extant mammals.
Just a very clear line.
Yeah, and you can see it shows up so clearly right.
To people who are listening to this, when we're looking at the original image that Randall showed, it's almost like an Oreo cookie. Like there's just a clean line, and then there's the white filling underneath. I mean, it is as clear as day. And what are we talking about? Like how much fire and for how long creates this area?
Well, you're basically talking about burning up a considerable portion of the biomass of North America, in unglaciated North America, to do this. And it's
so you have the ice cap north of roughly Minnesota, and south of it you have a heavily vegetated area covered with primal forests, and that's what goes on fire. And the reason it goes on fire is because when these impactors come in, they generate a huge amount of heat, and what is called ejecta, superheated ejecta, is thrown up into the upper atmosphere, and it falls down all over the continent, and it sets the world on fire.
Oh, God.
Now, at the
perspective is so difficult in this.
It's a difficult perspective.
Because there's numbers that you guys are throwing around, and there's concepts that you're throwing around that I have to pause when I go, wait a minute, I got to try to fit this in somewhere. But it's the whole world on fire.
Yeah. This is why I've written this book, because it's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling material, and up till now, most of the information has been confined to the really rarefied scientific journals. Very little of it has got out into the public domain. So one of the things I've tried to do is to put this together into a form that's very accessible to the general public, because we all need to know about this. This is our yesterday. This is our background. This is where we come from. The present order of the world has descended from that moment.
And what is the mainstream explanation for what we're looking at here? Like how do they describe it?
Well, the mainstream to me now is Firestone and West and Kennett.
And when Randall says Firestone and West and Kennett, he's talking about some of the lead scientists who have presented the evidence for the Younger Dryas impact, because they have triumphed, although they were attacked, and sometimes viciously, and frankly speaking, sometimes dishonestly, they were attacked, but they defended themselves so well, and they kept on bringing in new data and new information that actually now we should be regarding their view as the mainstream. Yeah, there are a few critics still hanging in there who would like human beings to have been responsible for the extinction of all the mega mammals, and who just are in denial about the climate change at that time. But they're no longer the mainstream, in my view.
Well, one of the problems with that theory is what you showed the last time you were here.
You got it, Charger. I'm dead.
These woolly mammoths that died instantaneously, and that there are massive fields of them. That something had to happen, and ones with like their legs broken, just bent over from the impact. Like it's pretty clear something went down, and all of these pieces point together, and including looking at this, which is just. This is blowing my mind. This idea of the world on fire, just.
Well, there were some places that apparently got spared.
Yeah. Like Australia or something?
Well, Australia actually suffered a major mass extinction, but early. Probably from some previous event, maybe 30,000 years ago. But
just trying to figure out where to go.
East Central Africa seems to have been one of the places of refuge, because if we look at the distribution of mega mammals in the world today, where do we find the greatest concentration? In Africa, right? Well, Africa has retained 90% of its mega mammals from the Pleistocene, whereas North America lost 75%. If you go back to North America during the Ice Age, there was as many mega mammals, if not more species, than there is in Africa today. But what we see is that extinction relates directly to habitat.
The enemy is attacking.
Basically, not much survived in either North or South America. North and South America were both severely affected by these events and lost 75% of their mega mammals. Eurasia lost depending on where you go, between 30 and 50%. Africa only lost about 10% of them. And that's why you see so many big animals still in Africa today. And they probably dispersed from the area around the Great Rift Zone. It seems like in a lot of the areas actually we were finding early on is in that same area. It seems like for whatever reason it was spared somewhat of the extreme severity that the rest of the planet suffered.
It's an interesting situation because when we look at the arguments of history and archaeology, very little of the story is told in North America, as it's taught in schools and universities today. You know, they look at places like Sumer, Mesopotamia, and ancient Egypt. And further down in South America, some of the great cultures of the Andes. But it's like North America is missing from the map. They talk about hunter-gatherers coming in here across the Bering Strait, and there's still a dogged faction of archaeology that wants to maintain that just happened about 13,000 years ago, and that there was no human beings in the Americas before that, although the mass of contradictory evidence is overwhelming that document as well. It's obvious that the Americas were populated long before that, and those populations did not only come in across the Bering Strait, they came in other ways as well. And then there just seems to be nothing for a very long time. And North America's kind of left out of the story of civilization. Well, now I think we know why. Because North America was at the heart of this disaster. It was at the absolute epicenter. And the slate was completely wiped clean. And that's what our archaeologists are looking at. They're seeing a white clean slate and they think they're seeing the beginning of something. Actually, they're not. They're seeing the movement on of something after a horrendous disaster.
It's so hard to wrap my mind around this idea that for literally 1,000 years, the Earth was just riddled with asteroid impacts and fire and nuclear winter because of the dust and mass extinction of it's so hard. The numbers that we're throwing around, the ideas behind it, it's very difficult for folks to...
Can I put something in there that brings it home?
We have bombs, rockets, everything you could want this time.
Years ago, we know now it was caused by fragments of a very large comet. And the work suggests that comet may have been more than 100 kilometers in diameter originally when it entered the inner solar system. See,
that's like 62 miles, right?
Yeah, some big old comet. These comets, they come in from deep space.
How big was the one that killed the dinosaurs? Like 5 miles?
Well, that's thought to be 10 kilometers.
6 miles.
6 miles wide. And
10 times that big?
Yeah. These things come in from deep space. There are reservoirs of comets. There's a place that they call the Oort cloud, which is just so far away that it's almost impossible to imagine it. But it contains trillions of comets. And often they're in stable orbits. They're not coming into the inner solar system. But as the solar system orbits around the center of the galaxy, our galaxy is the Milky Way. And we are in orbit around the center of the galaxy. Our sun, our solar system, everything is in orbit around the center of the galaxy. And that orbit is not only in the plane of the galaxy. Imagine a dolphin diving up and down.
All right, good job. Red flag.
Sea, descending below, rising up again. That's
yeah,
what
way
the
to
solar
go.
system is doing. And those passages through the galactic plane disturb the Oort cloud. And they send comets winging in to the inner solar system. Thank God for Jupiter. Jupiter, with its huge gravity, is the great protector of the Earth. We should all wake up every day and say, thank you, Jupiter.
Thank you, Jupiter.
That this doesn't happen too often, but every now and then a comet gets past Jupiter's guard and comes in and enters the inner solar system. The calculations show this happened about 20,000 years ago,
airspace is under attack.
I compare it to like strapping on a blindfold and crossing a 6-lane highway and just hoping that you don't get hit by a truck. You know, that's what it comes down to. And we've been lucky so far. Actually, the most recent definite impact from the Taurid meteor stream was in 1990, and that was in Russia, in Siberia. It's called the Tunguska event. As I said, there's 2 passages through the stream, one in June, end of June, early July, and one in November. And this was at the end of June. An object, not very high, about 100 meters in diameter, came out of the Taurid meteor stream, entered the atmosphere of the Earth, and actually blew up in the sky. It was an airburst about 5 kilometers above the ground. It flattened 80 million trees across 2,000 square kilometers. I'm sorry, I keep using kilometers. That's right. It was 2,000 square kilometers of the Earth's surface. That's an area about the size of the city of London. If that impact had happened over an inhabited area, hundreds of thousands of people would be killed, and we would all be paying much more attention to the Taurid meteor stream today than we are presently doing. We should be paying attention to it.
So we just got super lucky that it hit a very lightly populated area, and it didn't even hit. It blew up in the sky.
Right.
Pull up there, see if we can find some images of Tunguska, because it's pretty staggering. And it literally looks like there was like a matchstick forest that someone pushed over, like a series of dominoes or something.
Jamie, pull that one up.
So here's the thing, we are still interacting with the debris of this comet that changed the world 12,800 years ago. It's not something remote and distant. It's part of our daily lives, and it is something we should be paying attention to. And a number of astronomers are very concerned about the Taurid meteor stream. Now, I don't want to be the one who goes around the world, you know, wearing the sandwich board, saying that doom is not.
Sky's falling.
Yeah, fine. I don't want to be that. I don't want to manifest that. I don't want to bring that down. I actually want to say that there's something positive to say about this. We are almost the first civilization that's ever existed on this planet that has the capacity to intervene in our cosmic environment, should we choose to do so. We can make sure that we are not the next lost civilization. We can make sure that life and light continue on this planet and our story continues. But we need to pay attention to our cosmic environment. And a number of scientists are now saying the same thing, that it's irresponsible of us to pretend that impacts like this they just happen every 100 million years. We don't need to worry about them. We are intimately connected with a force that can change life on Earth, and we have the power to do something about it. So I would suggest, instead of wasting trillions of dollars globally creating weapons of mass destruction to destroy one another and to manifest the hatred and fear and suspicion that are just whizzing around the world right now, we should be looking at a grand human project, a cooperative effort to make our cosmic environment safe. And we have the technology. It's just a matter of choice. It's just a matter of budget. Trillions of dollars are spent on arms, and roughly $20 to $30 million are spent a year on so-called space watch. It's a ridiculous chunk of change.
this way, Joe. My grandfather was born in 1895. The main mode of transportation, aside from railroads at that time, was horseback. Right? His grandfather, would have been born pre-Civil War. So in 5 generations, we've gone from the very first railroads, the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, to where we are now. In 5 generations. Now, if you go back 200,000 years, say 196,000, and we divide that by 25, so we're looking at almost 8,000 generations of humans. Now think about that. Within 5 generations, we've gone from 90% dominant agriculturally based subsistence farming, right, feudal system, to where we are now.
No.
But now we've got 8,000 generations of humans on this planet. Who knows what we may have accomplished in the past? But once you put this perspective, and you got to understand that the catastrophe we're talking about 12,000 years ago, while all the evidence suggests it was the most severe, probably at least within 5 million years, because the last time we can find a species loss equivalent to the terminal Pleistocene species loss was 5 million years ago, the Hemphillian event it's called, which then I would then consider that again as a measuring stick for habitat loss, which would in turn be a measure of the severity of whatever happened. But the point is that in the time that we humans have been around, there have been multiple catastrophes of a global scale, not as severe as the one we're talking about here. But certainly the framework of this planet has been shaken numerous times. And in 200,000 years, we've had probably 4 great glacial cycles that have come and gone. Now, just a glacial cycle alone, I mean, think about that, what the ice will do to the landscape. And dropping sea levels 400 feet. And now during an ice age, you've got to bear in mind that probably the most habitable place to be on the planet is going to be on coastlines, along the mouths of rivers and so forth. What happens when all that ice melts and sea level comes up 300 or 400 feet? And it's going to pretty much erase most of the evidence of human habitation. Although, and I think I talked about this last time, and you would probably concur with this, the importance of marine archaeology.
It's extremely important.
Yes.
But again, unfortunately, marine archaeology has its eye off the ball. Most of the resources in marine archaeology go into shipwrecks, looking for shipwrecks.
Right.
And I get that. It's really interesting to look at shipwrecks, but there is a prejudice in archaeology which says there could have been no interesting civilization before 12,000 years ago. So since those lands that were submerged by rising sea levels have been underwater for 10 or 12,000 years, we're not really interested in human habitations there. And this is the problem. A very focused effort needs to be made to look at these lost lands. I can put that in miles. 10 million square miles of the Earth's surface, roughly Europe and China added together, was submerged by the rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age.
Jesus Christ.
That's what's missing from the record, And again, we're talking about wiping the slate clean. And Randall's right. Those ice caps that sit on top of a continent, which are mountain high, they're going to just grind to powder anything that lies below them. So was there a civilization there before where the ice cap formed? Who knows?
Right.
A mile high of ice.
Yeah.
Or even more than that in some cases. Over central Canada, it might have been as much as 2 miles.
2 miles.
2 miles of ice.
Just pushing across the ground like an eraser.
Exactly.
Just
Yeah,
wiping
in
everything
crushing the surface of the ground down, I think in our discussions of Atlantis, we covered that a little bit. Crushing the surface of the land down by perhaps a couple of thousand feet. Isostatic depression. You remember the geology lesson I gave you last time?
Yes.
About isostatic depression, and
Yes.
we discussed how at this very moment your ass is demonstrating an important geological phenomena of isostatic depression, sitting on that cushion that you're sitting on. And if you were to stand up, what happens when you stand up? The cushion comes back up, doesn't it? It's exactly what happens, and you can almost picture the planet breathing in effect. The ice is released from the continental surface. The continental surface begins to rebound. The weight is transferred back into the ocean basins, and there has to be what's called rheology, which is the study of the distribution of the inner mass of the Earth, requires that there be compensation. So if in one area of the surface the land is rising, somewhere else it has to be subsiding. And the obvious place would be that as you transfer the weight from the continent back into the ocean basins, that the ocean basins are going to subside. And this brings us, to the whole question of the scientific veracity of a sunken landmass.
I think you have an interesting point on the Azores in this sense, because there you have this massive, it's like a seesaw. There you have this massive weight pressing down on the North American continent, and suddenly it's lifted. That massive weight pushed down North America, but it lifted up other areas, the other end of the seesaw. Then the weight comes off, this end goes up and the other end goes down.
Yes.
And suddenly you get the possibility of the submergence of a landmass. It just falls under the sea.
And there is actually considerable empirical evidence suggesting that there was massive post-glacial subsidence along the mid-Atlantic ridge.
Which is where the Azores are.
Yeah. And which is pretty much where Plato
said Atlantis was.
Yeah.
Wasn't there some discovery of some concentric circles that were submerged somewhere near Spain that they considered to be a possibility?
Yeah, that's
of
off
Atlantis?
Cadiz. I don't think
Is that
it
near
is.
Spain?
Yeah, it's. I think it's much more recent.
Okay.
Much more recent than the information we're looking at.
So it's just another port that was submerged.
That was submerged. There could be a lot of reasons why this happens. Actually, it's happening in the UK where I'm from, because the ice sheets in the UK were on the north of the UK over Scotland, and they were pressing Scotland down, and they caused the southern part of England to rise up. Then when you take those ice sheets off, the southern part starts to go down, so that's places like the Isle of Wight and the English Channel. They're sinking beneath the sea because of this. Still, the effect of that rebound is happening today.
That's called the glacial forebulge, where outside the glaciers the land is pushed up.
This speaks to how people have a hard time accepting some of this new information. I have a friend who's a scientist, and the last time you were on, she said to me, "Did you have a climate denier on your show? A climate change denier?" And I said, "He's definitely not denying it." No. But some people, that's all they hear. When you bring forth a non-mainstream point of view or a controversial perspective, instead of considering the possibility, it almost immediately gets dismissed.
This climate change thing is another ideological struggle. Yeah, sure, climate change is taking place, but what are the causes for us? Are we so sure that it's all caused by human beings? I would say there's very good reason for humanity to clean up our act in lots of ways, regardless of the issue of climate change. We're abusing Mother Earth. We're living on this planet and like
they are engaging our fields.
We thoughtlessly created gigantic pools of pollution. We're crazy enough, insane enough to actually invent nuclear weapons and, long periods of detonate them, other things. There's lots about our behavior that we need to fix, because it's right to fix it. Philosophically right. We should not behave that way. We should not behave that way to one another. We should not behave that way to planet Earth. But to say that we need to fix our behavior because of global warming, that's an ideological argument. And that argument remains to be properly tested. Yes, global warming is occurring, but are we the cause of it, or is something else, some grander scale cosmic effect?
We talked about that considerably, and I noticed in a lot of the comments from our last discussion, most of the critical comments were people not liking the idea that I had questioned the dogma of global warming. But there are some facts that you can't escape. The global warming began 200 years ago, and we see that the glaciers from the Little Ice Age began to shrink back in the early 19th century. Before there was, a century before there was any significant human contribution of CO2 to the atmosphere. So something was driving that warming that began. And it's important to realize that the Little Ice Age was probably the coldest period since the end of the Great Ice Age. In fact, the data overwhelmingly supports that, and that the glaciers grew to their largest extent around the world. Talking about glacier recession, it's important to understand what the baseline is. Our baseline in this case is the biggest the glaciers have been in 10,000 years. And what's interesting, and this is going on right now, as the glaciers have been receding, geologists and biologists and glaciologists and so forth have been studying the landscapes that are being revealed as the ice shrinks back. What they're finding is the remains of forests that have been overrun by the Little Ice Age glaciers, and peat bogs and things that would suggest that prior to the onset of the Little Ice Age, those valleys that were filled with ice from roughly 1400 to 1800 were actually forested, because the ice came down and overran these forests, and now it's receding back and revealing that there were forests there. So that tells you that, at some point, probably going back to the medieval war period, those areas that have been glaciated during the early part of the 20th century were actually free of ice. And so, the climate has been extremely dynamic. That's the thing we have to emphasize, all by itself, without any help from humans. And this is what I'm saying, is that we have to look at that and realize that, yeah, humans are a factor. Somebody I did post and said all the other factors I had mentioned, as ocean currents and wind currents and geomagnetic field and cosmic rays and volcanism and all that, had all been investigated and dismissed, and the only thing left was the human contribution. But, to me, that's really, we're putting all our eggs in that basket, and that could turn out to be very dangerous, because we're so focused now on our own contribution that we might be overlooking the fact that there have been natural factors driving climate change over and over and over again. I mean, because I still have not heard any consensus on what has caused the planet to first go into an ice age and come back out of an ice age. And I think that what Graham and I are talking about actually presents a possible solution to what could have brought this planet out of the ice age, something on a grand cosmic scale. And the other point I think I'd like to make is that we have to really, to understand our planet as a system, we have to realize that it's part of a cosmic ecosystem. And the cosmos has been a much bigger player in what's been going on down here
So,
than previously understood.
when you're flying,
and I think our ancestors
just about every airplane,
They did understand it.
even to this day,
focus on the sky.
if you want to know how much horsepower you're developing at given altitude, jets don't have
Is the town white flag?
Something that we're tending to forget in the modern world.
Not sure.
We're so puffed up with pride. Anyway, we
I
can't
can
see
check.
the sky. That's the big issue. Yeah, light pollution. It's just like a haze up there. We don't see anything.
Okay, as I was bringing troops, somebody said they needed troops or something.
Psychological. And that's a mistake, because we are
It's white flag.
cosmic environment.
It's white flag.
One of
Ready
the
to go.
effects is the way that comets come into the inner solar system.
On the way, if you can keep the fighters away from town.
And
Diving in now.
At night, you look at that night sky, and there's no light pollution. It's just a totally different perspective,
Isn't it?
and it gives you a different sense
Hell,
of
let
where
'em
you
go.
are in the universe, because we're so...
They run faster than you can drive.
It's almost like we put up a curtain over the heavens, and we can't see through the curtain, because we've decided that we like light, and we like traffic lights, and building lights, and all this jazz. And we don't realize until we're out in
I got a spare set.
wild, until you're in the wilderness. And
You
there's
guys
no
got
light
any
pollution, you
GVs
don't
down there?
realize what we're missing and what we're sacrificing in order to have these lights. The view
One
of the
next to the
heavens
field.
Not really,
is
just me and Kong.
psychedelic in a way, because it makes you
we
feel,
go.
oh my God,
Oh, good job, you guys.
space.
You guys hit it right on the barrel.
Whoa, way to go.
Help us to appreciate it.
I try to go every year to the Keck Observatory on the Big Island. I try to schedule my holidays as much as
I should probably cower out and go kill that guy that spawned in.
Because it is unbelievable. Because the Keck Observatory is more than 9,000 feet above sea level. There's a visitor center, and then there's the observatories above it. You really don't even know how to go past the visitor center. But they're, the way they have it set up, they have these special street lights all throughout the Big Island with diffused lighting, so it doesn't interfere, it doesn't give you light pollution. When you're up there, you go through the clouds, and the view is insane. It doesn't even look real. It doesn't even look real. Like, you see all the stars, you're like, this can't be real. How can this be up there every day and we don't see it? But
I'm gonna run us up
what
right
we've
quick
done
to
is
town.
create all this incredible stuff. These streets and buildings and laptops and cell phones, and in doing so, we've robbed ourselves of perspective.
Yeah, and it's weird because, we have this technology that enables us to go around the whole world and even go out into outer space, but actually, in a way, it's narrow enough.
Right, cyber is it? The icon.
And we forget about the majestic cosmic and Earth environment in which we live, how sacred it is, how beautiful it is, how meaningful it is to all of us.
And that was the image that our ancestors always had. That's probably why they concentrated on it so much.
And the things that happened up there were evident to them. I mean, because these days, how many people see meteors? Living in an urban environment, you never see that hardly, unless it's really spectacular. But you go out, like you said, in Montana, or one of my favorite places to go out to the high desert country. And there you can really get some stars, you can reach out and touch them. I think that one of the most important things that we can do for future generations is part of our educational curriculum for young people is get them out of the cities, into nature, into the tremendous, where they can actually see the sky. Because, I mean, living in Atlanta, I'll talk to people, even grown-up people, that have no clue. They couldn't find the North Star, they couldn't find the plane of the ecliptic if their life depended on it. We become cut off from that level. And I think it's important for us to keep that, because our consciousness is linked to this greater domain. And we have segregated ourselves from them. And I think that there's something, amazingly, it's a grounding experience when you get out and you see the sky and actually, begin to figure out where the planets are, to look at the sky.
It's really good mental exercise. It's something worth everybody doing. Get to grips with all that. As the ancients, it gets your mind working, and it may even be used deliberately for that purpose in ancient times. It's a kind of initiation system. If you can get this, then you move on to the next level. That's the kind of idea.
Well, it was a critical part of education where it's very rarely even discussed today.
And look again at the ideology. So, for example, if you talk about astrology to any mainstream scientist, they're going to laugh in your face. They're going to say pseudoscience, because they're so locked into this Earth-centered perspective, which convinces them that the cosmos does have no effect on us. So how can changing patterns of the stars, which is the diagonal constellation sitting behind the sun at a particular time, how can that affect us? How can when we were born affect us? I don't think we should throw that baby out with the bathwater too fast. I think we're looking at an ancient science with astrology, and I think it's been heavily diluted and prostituted in the modern world. But if you go back to the antiquity, go back to the real origins of this, and you start finding some very interesting information coming out. Fantastic book by a guy called Rick Carnas called Cosmos and Psyche. He's a real mainstream, a very major academic, and he's got into this, and he's shown that actually, astrology does have effects. So we should not deny our cosmic environment. That's the first thing we need to do, to connect to it. We shouldn't close ourselves off to avenues of inquiry for ideological reasons. It's noticeable in this field of ancient history how archaeologists throw around words like pseudo-archaeologist or pseudo-scientist. That's meant to be an instant dismissal, just like climate denial. Climate denial. You call somebody a climate denier today, that's like saying, don't listen to anything that guy has to say. Never listen to it again. These are ideological tools which are being used to straitjacket the human mind and to stop us thinking outside the box. And if there's ever a time when we needed to think outside the box, I would say that time is right now.
Isn't it ironic that in this time of more information available to the average person than ever before, that this also has coincided with our lack of appreciation for what's above us? It's very strange. It's very curious.
Here's an interesting perspective. As we're talking about how dynamic the planet is and how it's changed and how dramatically different, which it is. I mean, if we go back to the end of the Ice Age, you go east of here, out of the Mojave Desert, that was lush grasslands and forests. You go out here to the Santa Rosa Islands, out here, they were all forested with oak trees and beech trees and Mammothus exilus, which was the pygmy mammoth. I mean, everything down here changes dramatically. But when we go out and we look at the sky, we're basically seeing the same sky that our ancestors of 20,000 years ago were looking at. And that's something to keep in mind, because there's a backdrop to all of this drama and change here below that's pretty much, for the most part, remained consistent. But within that backdrop of consistency, every once in a while, something shifts. And when it shifts out there, I think our ancestors knew that there was a direct consequence here below. And that's one of the reasons they were so obsessed with being able to track motion.
Alert. They are
You know,
engaging
all
our
of these ancient
fields.
observatories from Stonehenge on down the line to, you know, the mound structures here in North America.
Let's not forget Göbekli Tepe. Profoundly astronomical site.
Göbekli Tepe, yes, these were astronomical observatories using the horizon essentially as a telescope, by which very intimate and intricate movements within that backdrop of fixed stars could actually be observed, possibly for predictive capabilities.
And how are the calculations there? Like when an archaeologist finds a site like Göbekli Tepe, how do they correlate the construction of the site with the constellation?
First off, most archaeologists don't do that at all, because they just don't do astronomy. They don't get it. Their eyes are on the ground at their feet.
Right, two different disciplines.
Because astronomy is not relevant to them, they project that onto the past and imagine that it was not relevant to the past. And that's one of the big mistakes, I think, that archaeology makes. There are people called archaeoastronomers who are looking at the astronomy of ancient cultures, and some of them have done very good work. But really, there are certain key indicators. The alignment of the site. What's it pointing at? And does that alignment change down the ages? You can sometimes establish that a particular axis of a particular temple in Egypt, for example, was shifted over a period of 2,000 or 3,000 years several times. And why? Because they were tracking the changing rising point of the star Sirius, which they connected in their system of ideas to the goddess Isis. They were tracking that rising point, which changes because of changes in the sky. I mean, long story short, the Earth wobbles on its axis, and that, since the Earth is our viewing platform from which we observe the stars, changes of orientation of the Earth in space do change the rising times of particular stars at particular times of year. And this was clearly tracked by the ancients. So you can say that if you find anywhere a monument that is perfectly aligned to true north, south, east, and west, you can be absolutely sure that astronomers were involved. If it's tracking the rising sun on the spring equinox or on the winter or summer solstice, astronomers were there. They were right there when they made that monument.
Well, that's one of the scariest, well, not the scariest, but most astounding things when you consider the ancients, that they had an understanding of the precession of the equinoxes.
Yes, exactly.
Which is what, it was a 26,000 year cycle?
26,000 year cycle, 25,920 years.
How did
very
they...
long, very precise observations, and the motive to make those observations, that this was important to them, and they sought to pass down that importance to us. Very important work by two historians of science called Giorgio de Santillana and Hertha von Deschent. Back in the 60s, they wrote a book called Hamlet's Mill, which tracks this ancient knowledge of precession, and they trace it back, and this was very politically incorrect at that time, because Giorgio de Santillana was the professor of the history of science at MIT. They trace it back to what they call some almost unbelievable civilization of prehistoric antiquity that made this observation. They found the data encoded in myths and traditions all around the world, and I do go into this in Magicians of the Gods. They found it encoded as though the data were so important that it had to be passed down to the future. So the numbers that relate to precession of the equinoxes, and they're all based on the number 72 and multiples of that number. Why? Because it takes 72 years for 1 degree of precessional change to unfold, and that's like holding your finger up to the horizon. That 1 degree is just that 1 finger width of change on the horizon. Very precise observations are needed to do it. It's encoded in myths and traditions, and it looks like somebody at some point decided this information is so important we must make sure that it stays permanently in human culture. So what we're going to do is we're going to encode it in great stories, and those stories can then be passed on by storytellers who will have an ethic that they must tell the story true. It doesn't matter whether they understand the scientific information in the story or not. All that matters is that they pass it on. And so in the oldest myths and traditions of mankind, we have compelling evidence for scientific knowledge of the phenomenon that we call the precession of the equinoxes today.
Which has been referred to by in Hamlet's Mill as the Great Year.
The Great Year. Yeah.
The Great Year.
Which is the full cycle, 25,920 years, a great circle in the heavens. It's very evident, if you've got thousands of years to watch the sky, it's very evident at the pole. Our pole star presently is Polaris, and that's just simply because the extended north pole of the Earth points most directly at that particular star in the sky. But it hasn't always pointed at Polaris because of the wobble on the axis of the Earth, and it won't always point at Polaris in the future. The pole star changes, but you need to observe the skies for very long periods of time, keep detailed records to get to grips with this phenomenon. This therefore testifies to the fact that some ancient culture was doing this in a very systematic way. It's like a ghostly fingerprint of an advanced scientific knowledge impressed upon the oldest myths and traditions of our planet.
Has it been? Has it been accepted that things like the Mayan temples were built to mirror the constellations? Is that accepted?
It's been
by
accepted, yeah.
archaeologists?
It is accepted because we know that the Maya were an astronomical culture, and it is accepted that they were building their temples in connection to the sky. And the whole phenomenon of the Mayan calendar, which we all heard a lot about in 2012, is another factor to take into account. The Mayan calendar, in my view, is another artifact of a lost civilization. This is that was handed down from a former people, perhaps to the Olmecs and then to the Maya who succeeded them. It's accepted, but the implications of it are not taken properly into account. Remember 21st of December 2012. There was all that fuss and nonsense about the end of the world happening then, and it didn't. But the Maya never said that. They said that the end of a great cycle happened then, which would ultimately transform the world. But what it was actually locked into, and I need to pay tribute to another researcher here, and his name is John Major Jenkins. John Major Jenkins has done fantastic work on the Mayan calendar, and a decade before 2012, he was telling people, look, this is not talking about the end of the world on a specific day, on the 21st of December 2012. There's a calculation behind this, and what he showed in that calculation is that it is the position of the winter solstice sun against the background of the constellations. And what has been happening for the last 5,000 years because of precession is that the winter solstice sun, 21st of December, against the background of the constellations, has been gradually shifting towards alignment with the center of the galaxy. And that alignment happened on the 21st of December 2012, but it's not an instant, it's a window. That window is about 80 years wide, roughly from 1960 to 2040. That was what was focused on in the Mayan calendar, a calendar that can predict eclipses of the moon 200,000 years into the future, 200,000 years into the past. Incredible, stunning accuracy, better estimate of the length of the solar year than we use today in our modern calculations. Yeah. Wow. High science encoded in that calendar.
Why don't we just adopt the Mayan calendar? It's better than what we have.
Yeah, we're now living in the fifth age of the world, according to the Mayan.
For day-to-day use, may not have been that correct.
It's probably not good for your iPhone. It would make a good app. I bet they have a Mayan calendar.
I bet they have a Mayan calendar.
I'm sure they do.
You can think of one half of a degree. Graham said 1 degree every 72 years, right? 1 degree within the great year is like 1 day out of the great year, right? So you can think of 72 years as basically being a human life. So an average human life is roughly like a day of the great year. That's one way, one perspective.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Now, what he said about the window is because you can't define the center of the galaxy with an exact, precise point. There's a diffuse area there, and
The enemy is attacking.
2 years, the spring point is moving 1 degree, which is twice the diameter of a full moon. Full moon is a half moon, right? And I think that possibly one of the importances of monitoring, because you can't really, you can't go out and look at the sun, and say, okay, here's the sun relative to this backdrop of this constellation. However, you can look at a full lunar eclipse, and then you will know that the sun is 180 degrees around. So by monitoring lunar eclipses, you can actually position the sun quite precisely and know where it is in the sky, because obviously you can't go out and look at the sun and see what stars it's related to.
Right.
But during a lunar eclipse, is 180 degrees, almost precisely on the other side of the Earth from the sun.
So can I just jump in for a second, because I have an image.
Go back to tab,
and it's this image on this side. It's a pillar richly carved showing a...
Is that pillar 14?
That's pillar 43 in enclosure D. Now, I'm not going to go into it in detail now.
I've seen that online, but Jamie will find images online.
I just want to make the point, and I go into this in this book, Magicians of the Gods, that appears to be a diagram of the sky at the winter solstice in our epoch. The round dot above the vulture's wing, the round circle, represents the sun. And what we're looking at is an ancient constellation diagram. The constellations that we call Sagittarius and Scorpio stand on either side of the galactic center of the dark rift at the heart of the Milky Way, which the Maya saw as the womb of cosmic rebirth. And it's precisely that image that is depicted there. I back it up chapter and verse in the book. You just have to take
that what we see the scorpion below?
Yeah, there's an ancient memory that there should be a scorpion in that area of the sky. It's impressed here on this pillar.
And what are the other constellations?
Well, up on the right, you'll see, first of all, see the vulture with its wings outstretched and the sun over the moon. Then go right in there, you'll see a bird. That small bird is actually the head of our constellation of Scorpio. The tail of our constellation of Scorpio overlaps the Scorpion underneath the pillar. But go above the small bird, and you'll see a serpent there, a snake, and beside it another bird. Looks like those represent. We call those constellations today Ophiuchus, the serpent holder, which is represented by the bird. And we call the serpent constellation serpent. Other constellations are also involved. This is spooky and because it appears there's overwhelming evidence that the people who made the Lecter had a profound knowledge of recession, and it appears that they deliberately set forward into time this time capsule. Picture of the
here he comes. Yeah, here he comes. I'm happy.
That is the staggering.
He'll probably bomb my ass.
It's only at the winter solstice in our age that the sun sits over the central horizon. Winter solstice.
Where do we need eggs?
Ancient Maya called the cosmic
Down.
dark rift at that point.
Yeah, on track so I can't get around the whole town.
So it symbolizes a moment of rebirth, and the evidence is that they've been tracking the movement of the sun.
There he is.
Must be reasonably
which is also
close.
the end of the year of the rebirth of the moon. They've been tracking it to the point where they could project forward, and they could envisage the sky in our epoch today. The Maya could do that. What I'm suggesting is that's done with the Lecter as well.
It's very
He ain't dead yet.
I'm seeing the vulture playing basketball,
Ords down.
trying to get away from the scorpion, and there's a penis trying to attack him. Yeah,
He's coming back.
No, the photograph alone, that's just the heart of the mystery.
Right.
You have to get into the logic of it and compare it with the existing
He's dead.
constellations. So I've tried to do that.
Well, it's also fascinating that all of these images were carved in 3D relief. So instead of being, what that means is instead of being drawn like into, like, you know, people think about like
We
wet
need
cement,
troops.
you can draw your name in wet cement. Instead of that, what they've done is they've removed everything around.
If we get white
the
flag,
to
I'll
create
bail
these
and
images,
get...
which is a much more sophisticated way.
This is what's called high relief. Interestingly, you can see
I've run the wrong way.
There are three things that look
I'm gonna
like
have to stop
cameras.
taking down the town if I'm gonna have to shoot down these planes.
It crops up in Mexico, it crops up in Mesopotamia, it crops up in India, everywhere. And again, I think we're looking at
Oh, Red's here.
symbolism that goes back to a very
Come on,
early
Red.
period, which we know is the East is only
Trying to say that shopping would be the end of us all. Really?
and I'm half serious, because this is another issue that is ignored by the mainstream. Is the use of psychedelics in ancient civilizations was fundamental to the quality of those civilizations, and this is another area we're in ideological denial about, because the powers that be in our society don't like psychedelics. They don't want ancient cultures to have liked them either, and they just ignore the evidence for that.
I think it's one of the main points of view that when you don't consider them, it makes me really reluctant to listen to a lot of the other things you have to say, because it's undeniable the impact those things have on human consciousness.
Undeniable.
And it's also undeniable that many civilizations use them as a part of their spiritual rituals. And for the fact that this is not thought of as an important aspect of our history, when all it means to me is the people that are talking about it haven't experienced them.
Exactly, that's the problem.
That's the only,
the archaeologists who are the entrusted with interpreting our past to us, unfortunately, most of them have never taken a psychedelic in their life, so they don't know what the experience.
And go, look, I just need 15 minutes of your time. And one DMT trip, exactly. 15 minutes, and the whole thing will be so much clearer.
So much clearer. Exactly. I think it's an important experience for archaeologists to have, because it was a universal experience in the ancient world. We demonize psychedelics today, and we pretend that they are just totally negative things. But in the ancient world, they were revered and enshrined. They were at the heart of the ancient mysteries. The Eleusinian mysteries in ancient Greece used a potion related to LSD, which brought about a revelation for the initiates, changed their lives, just in the way that a powerful psychedelic trip can change our lives today. So just like writing about history and the origins of civilization without taking account of, whoops, this gigantic cataclysm that happened 12,800 years ago, that's a mistake that archaeology is making. The other mistake they're making is they're not considering the role of altered states of consciousness in ancient civilizations.
Ideological.
If I could have two cycles, I wouldn't take the ords down.
Possibilities. I don't know whether or not that's stash or whether it's just chicks' handbags. It's like it's saying shopping. It's malls. Malls will ruin us all. That's. But
the weird thing is that it's all that this symbolism is all over the world.
What if Göbekli Tepe was a mall? What with the? That's
now you may have something there.
This symbolism, these purses.
Yeah, it's found all over the world. For example, we'd have to find a
what do you think the next target ought to be?
Image of the figure known as Quetzalcoatl in Mexico survives from the Olmec area of the Gulf of Mexico, and it was found at a site called La Venta, along with a lot of other buried stone artifacts, and it shows a man sitting within the coils of a serpent, and that serpent has a crest on its head, because that's what Quetzalcoatl means. It means a feathered serpent, and that man is holding one of those bags, just the same as the
whoa.
The Sumerian fish man,
the Oannes, the Uanadapa, the originator of civilization in Sumer.
Then you go to game sound. In game sound,
holding one of these bags as well. So I find myself wondering.
Can I get a mark check, please?
Symbolism of some
it's working.
Brotherhood, who passed around the world, seeding civilizations, and that this was the equivalent of their Masonic handshake or something. This was their badge of recognition, this bag that they.
And then you pick up your headset in there, and you'll pick out what you want as your headset.
But so because of the fact that they've accepted that the
and then you pick your mic.
Temples are aligned with the constellations.
You hit the little arrow box. It'll open up a box with your
in the same light, or is this something
as I
that's
say,
devices?
There is a specialized subdivision of archaeology which is called
You copy that map?
An accepted subdivision.
It's an accepted subdivision. These are archaeologists who've been trained in astronomy, but they've also been trained in the fundamental dogmas of the discipline of archaeology, which is that there can be no lost civilization, that archaeology has already told pretty much the full story of humanity, that all that awaits is to fill in the details. This is
talk on range.
You
press
F11 the moment that somebody decides to become an archaeologist, part of the training. And actually, if you try and go against
and to talk on squad, you have set squad.
They are engaging our fields.
You hit the backspace, and you'll see where you type. All the way to the end is the V, and you can type in there squad channel.
It's so disturbing.
Once you type that in there, you press T, or the T in.
Believe that we've got it all figured out, where every day they find some new stuff. Did you see the discovery they found recently of a large tooth that's a cousin of human beings?
Denisovan.
Yeah, just but really recently, within the last few days.
Very, very recently. Well, this is the thing, you see. Our story is much more complex than we've been taught. And gradually, bit by bit, the evidence is coming out of the woodwork.
Well, the idea that we
After you said it, you have to. After you go to the.
It's absolutely foolish.
Yeah, it's a very foolish idea.
If you don't apply it, it won't keep it.
Down to the possibilities. I mean, the universe gifted us with these giant brains and this incredible imagination and intuitive.
Make sure it kept it. Go back in there, look at it, make sure it kept it.
And all of these faculties.
Then after that, you can go to preferences again.
I think that's one of the mistakes of modern science is this.
And then voice.
One bit, the kind of alert.
And then enable mic auto, mic DB boost, slide that, slide the mic volume all the way up, apply it. You should be good to go.
To learn true knowledge in dream was revered in the ancient world and just ridiculed today. You want to insult somebody, call him a dreamer, you know. Things have
have to go into your Windows settings.
Back then, there was so much less information, and now there's so
and
much
set
information.
your. There you go. I got a beat from you.
You're thinking of nonsense when you should be trying to acquire all the information that we've already discovered, that we've already accumulated.
Exactly. That's exactly what it's about. And again, it's ideology. It's saying that there is nothing of value
Go
in
on
dreams.
back.
How do we know that? Ancient world felt that there was useful knowledge to be got from dreams, not all dreams.
That's good. That's good. Now go ahead and go back to preferences.
They're just pleasant fictions, or maybe unpleasant ones.
You hit voice,
others are true
and then you slide the mic volume bar all the way to the end. Then enable mic DB boost.
It's regarded as nonsense. Again, that label is constantly applied to anything archaeologists don't like. Pseudoscience. Right there,
should
the
be
label,
good
they
to
just
go.
dismiss
Enable mic,
everything.
so mic volume all the way up, and then enable auto mic DB boost.
Right, and slide the boost all the way to the T, and then hit apply, and you are.
I'm a writer, I'm a journalist, I synthesize material across a broad range of
That's all the way to the very end, so mic decibels, mic volume is all the way up, and then...
But the word is used as a bludgeon or a club.
Right, if your DB boost is all the way up, slide it a quarter back.
Yeah, it's just sort of a bulletproof pejorative. You know, you throw that out there and you're immediately dismissed.
Yeah.
Like that?
It's got to be satisfying to you.
Yep, you're good. You're golden. Now, if you want to tune to our channel,
slowly but surely,
that would be 1 T.
More and more evidence being discovered in mainstream science and archaeology.
Sure, 1, 2, 3 you said?
Confirms all these
1, 2, 3, Vox. 1, 2, 3.
Attached to what Randall's been
I'll meet you over there at 1, 2, 3.
It really, the whole thing just sort of unfolds in front of your eyes.
There's a kind of perfect moment in human knowledge unfolding right now. We now have the knowledge of this giant cataclysm that happened 12,800 years ago, which has just not been taken into account at all up to now. And at the same time, and it's almost eerie, archaeological sites are popping up all around the world that cannot be explained by the previous model of history.
Now, with all of this information that you've shown so far, the layer that shows the massive burning of the forest, the impact craters that we found, the nuclear glass, the micro diamonds, all this evidence, the immediate shift of the climate, the mass extinction of a huge percentage of the large mammals, is the impact period, is that considered in mainstream science?
Not
or
yet.
Have they just,
it's considered in mainstream science because it's mainstream scientists who presented the evidence. As I said,
all the data that you've accumulated and corresponded.
It all comes from mainstream science, published in the absolute leading scientific journals.
But you're stitching it together.
What nobody has done yet, I think I'm probably the first person to do it, is to take that evidence and consider its implications for the stories we tell ourselves about the origins of civilization. Very important story. Where did civilization come from? What is it? And that information has not been taken into account at all by archaeologists yet. I hope they will do so in the future. They need to play a very fast game of catch-up to catch up with the science on this and take it into account. But right now, it's not being taken into account at all. You will not find a single archaeological document which takes account of the cataclysm that happened between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago.
A big part of the problem is specialization in science, I think. So you've got paleontologists looking at the extinction events. You've got, marine geologists looking at sea level rise. You've got glaciologists looking at how the glaciers disappeared. And we're in a position now where we need to be synthesizing all of this. What's interesting to me, though, is that it almost falls on the shoulders of the mavericks, the synthesizers. And that's kind of really, right now, there's so much specialization in science that the next phase of it, I think, is beginning to integrate it, to create a coherent model of our past. Because a lot of, like Graham is saying, a lot of the mainstream scientists have this information, right? If we look at this graph right here, and you see how this compares with the graphs we just saw of the climate changes and the ocean level rise, this is as it says, late Pleistocene mortality graph. And this is basically looking at radiocarbon dated fossilized remains of the extinct mammals. And if you look carefully, you'll see that within the range that we're talking about right in here, here's your 13,000 year spike right here.
It's exactly the same time period, and exactly the same as the changing of the temperature, the rising of the sea levels, massive extinction event.
Right, and there it is right there. Every one of these squares represents a fossilized remain. I think 360 or 70 specimens that have been dated.
It seems insanely unlikely to me that human civilization.
It's very clear that
it seems insane that it's not like mainstream and concept. If this is all fact, and obviously it is, how is this not like? How's this is so glaring?
First of all, it raises a horrible possibility for archaeology that they have been completely wrong about the origins of civilization. I mean, not just slightly wrong, but completely wrong, because they didn't take account of this. That's a horrible possibility, and it's much better to just try and get rid of the data. I'm not saying that it's a conspiracy by archaeologists. I'm saying it's human nature. If you're invested in a system of ideas, so powerfully invested in it that your own personality is connected to it, you just can't accept it. It's really hard to accept. Almost your generation has to die off before a new generation comes that will be prepared to do it. Just with old age. I'm not threatening. I'm not threatening an assault on the world of archaeology.
No, you're not. I said ooh because it impacts. I think you're right.
Yeah. And that's, I think that's the problem, why it's not been taken. And Randall's right. The other problem is the intense specialization of our society. That's one of the strengths of our society. There's also one of the weaknesses of our society, that everybody's really good at one particular thing.
That's the only way it all works out, because no one could possibly get all this work done.
And it's all, we're all interdependent upon one another, but there's not enough comparing notes across the disciplines. And I guess that's where my skills, such as they are, come in, that I've spent my whole life synthesizing data from many different fields, and that's what I'm doing here.
And also, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like there's part of the issue is there's no consequence to not considering this stuff. There's no consequence to just ignoring it. They ignore it. They teach what they've taught mainstream, and they still come out smelling like a rose, and everything looks great.
Exactly, and they all keep their jobs.
Yes,
they don't annoy their colleagues.
It's almost the opposite of that, because to go here, they're actually, they're threatening their position. They're putting their position in danger.
But I don't understand why they would be, because to me it seems like you would want to say, we have some exciting new data. So this is, now we have to reconsider what we already know. We already know, about this part of the world, and this is, we already know about the Pleistocene era, we already know about all these different eras, but now we have this new data to consider, and here all it is.
They should be excited about it. They should be joyous that there's something here which really could change the whole picture. But that's not the case. It's radically opposed.
Well, it makes your education look like shit.
Yeah, I'm afraid
it's really unfortunate, but it really does.
You see, this is an area that Randall and I happen to know a lot about. What I wonder is, in other areas that I don't know about, is this same phenomenon at work?
Right.
The kind of knowledge filter, which is just shutting us off.
What discipline would that be? Or are you just speculating?
Social sciences, any area of science, medicine, how things are to be done with medicine, how tumors are to be handled and dealt with. You know, we have a dogma right now that it's chemotherapy and radiotherapy, and every other system is regarded as what? Pseudoscience, generally. But maybe that's a mistake, you know. Maybe we should be considering the possibility of these alternative therapies. Maybe they're better than blasting somebody with highly radioactive material.
Well, I certainly think there's some things that we don't know about the impact of nutrition and overall health and meditation and just the impact of stress and well-being and how it plays on health factors. And I think we're going to learn all that. I mean, I think there's probably more discussion and more focus on that than there is on stuff like this.
Sure there is. Our personal health is important to all of us, and
this is it's kind of a part of our personal health
you
too.
Bet it is, yeah.
Because it's a part of our understanding of the very environment that we exist in,
where we came from. Yeah, absolutely.
Now, how long did you guys road trip together?
About 2 weeks, wasn't it, Reynolds?
Little shy of 2 weeks.
Yeah. And what did it entail? Did you guys make a video of it or anything?
There was a lot of video shot, and
beautiful.
One of Randall's colleagues, Brad, who was with us, shot video along the way, and my wife Santa took photographs, and you know we've documented all of this very thoroughly. But it was an amazing road trip for me. It was the first time actually I've driven a great distance across the continental United States. I've always been in this city or that city and picking up an airplane and going here and there, but to actually drive across this incredible, majestic land was an enormous experience for me, and it filled me with a sense of just how huge America is. I live in this tiny island, you know, Britain, but this giant, the open skies country that they call it. It was a great initiation into a beautiful part of North America and a mysterious part of North America. And it was great to do it with Randall because he's been walking the walk in this area for decades, and he knows that landscape like the back of his hand.
Yeah, and for people that are listening to this podcast right now, this is your first introduction to Randall and Graham. You got to go pause right now and go back to the first one Graham was on, the first one Randall was on. Just do a binge. Just binge listen or binge watch. What are we looking at here?
Well, this is Graham. Trespassing.
How dare you?
I'm watching in all directions.
You're not supposed to be there?
No. Well, since the first time I was there, Graham actually referred to this erratic earlier. This was
This is that 18,000-ton boulder sitting above Wenatchee.
So that was the boulder that was pushed by the
it was carried aboard an iceberg.
Yeah.
An iceberg.
Chained in
an iceberg.
Yeah.
So a bird
iceberg.
That was
Yes.
this massive rush of water had giant rocks embedded in the iceberg.
Yeah, and to float that, you need an iceberg about the size of an oil tanker.
Yes, and this is sitting 400 feet above the modern day Columbia. So we know that the water was at least this high. Well, actually, it had to have been higher than this because 90% of the iceberg is under the surface of the water.
And how do we know that this rock just wasn't there? How do we know that it was carried by this?
Well, because it's not part of the bedrock. It's sitting on top of the land surface. Like all of these, if we look here, we've got some other...
Do we know where it came from? Do we know how far away it originated?
It's probably come from about 50 miles to 75 miles north of here. It's the type of basalt it has been identified. I don't remember specifically, but when you travel over this land, you see these...
Yeah, I really don't have much time to do anything else.
About.
There's a place called Boulder Park. It's a tourist attraction now. You can go see it.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. You can believe that.
I mean, the size of that. And there's, let's see.
Oh my God. So they just stand out, like out of nowhere.
Yeah, and we know this had to have been transported aboard an iceberg for the simple reason that if it was carried within the glacier mass, like a typical glacier erratic, you wouldn't have those sharp square corners like that. A glacier erratic gets ground off.
Right.
And oftentimes, this thing was transported almost 200 miles from, its likely origin was Mount Robeson, and we didn't get to this one. But this is evidence that the flooding was much more extensive than just the Missoula flooding. Because this is, the Missoula flooding that we were looking at was on the west side of the North American continental divide.
I should just jump in there and say that it isn't any longer controversial that there was gigantic flooding in the Pacific Northwest, and indeed across the whole range just south of the ice cap. That is accepted now. But the very idea that there was flooding at all was hotly opposed for decades. There was a great American geologist, who was the first to document the fact that there had been colossal flooding in that area. And he lived in the 1900s, 1920s, and because he suggested that there had been a cataclysm, of course, he was exiled by his colleagues. Eventually, his data prevailed, and he was awarded the Penrose Medal, the highest award of the geology in America, in 1976, when he was like 96 years old.
That must have sucked for him.
And he said then, he said, all my enemies are dead, so I have no one left to gloat over.
That's what he said?
Yes.
Oh my God. But it's so disturbing to me that it works like that.
Yeah, it works like that. So
they're demonized.
But what happened, you see, was Harlan Bretz was convinced from the beginning that he was dealing, and this is a very experienced field geologist, that he was dealing with a single humongous flood, which had risen and fallen within perhaps 2 weeks. That was his evidence on the ground, and he was attacked because people kept saying, well, where did the water come from? You know, what's the source of this water? And he said, that's not my problem. I am showing you the clear, unmistakable evidence of flooding on the ground. Flooding happened. Somebody else go work out where the water came from. And this stuck the whole argument for the best part of 40 years, until a compromise was reached, and that's the word that Randall used, Missoula. They said that this
Hey, we're flashing again. How about that?
Floods from a glacial lake that's referred to as Glacial Lake Missoula. And because the flooding is so extensive, it must have outburst 80 or 90 times to cause that flooding, which completely contradicts Harlan Bretz's view that it was a 2-week flood, one single event. But the compromise was accepted that the cause of the flood was Glacial Lake Missoula. That is now going to have to be reviewed because of the comet evidence. If J. Harlan Bretz had the information we have today, he would have known instantly what caused that single flood, and that was the liquidizing of a huge area of the North American ice cap instantly.
Putting the last one out.
It's so fascinating that the obsessions of a few people come together like this, and you can kind of piece these things together on a podcast. Randall, what is this crazy image you're showing
Well, this is actually out of a 19th century text when before catastrophism had been completely exorcised from mainstream geology. And this was Louis Figuier, I think was his name, who speculated that the ice sheets over northwestern Europe would be catastrophically melted down. And he had an illustration in his geology text which perfectly captures how these large erratics are actually being transported toward these icebergs. And you can see the scale of the thing. And this is the kind of thing you're seeing whole forests are about to be washed away. And this image, when the first time I saw it, I thought, well, here it is. This depicts the kind of field evidence that we've been looking at here. So that's why I've included this, because it helps to visualize what we're talking about. We've got this was a place that Graham and I visited here, which really spectacularly embodies this whole phenomenon. This is known as the Dry Falls Cavern. And it's about 5 miles wide. And I'm going to show you some ground photographs and a couple of aerial photographs of it, so you can kind of get the scale of the thing. Now, this is on the land. It's ours to look at. We will go and see this. It's an amazing trip to see. They would let you in to see this.
Where were you trespassing?
Oh, on that particular shot, that huge 18,000-ton boulder is surrounded by notices which say, no trespassing.
They weren't there when I was there.
Don't step on it. So I trespassed. I mean, the thing is made of basalt, and my footstep is not going to do it any harm.
Yeah, I bet you nobody even noticed that Graham had been up there.
So it's not like a private property issue. It's like they're just trying to keep people.
I think it is actually a private property.
Probably is, because I have noticed from the first time I went there, which was, gosh, I don't know, 96. There was no houses on that hillside. Now the houses are moving up the hillside. There's been development and so forth. There was houses pretty much right around it. So
yeah, we're going to overrun it, and there'll be no evidence. You guys got to accumulate your evidence while you can before condos go up there.
That's right. Now you'll notice that there's a series of these alcoves here. These horseshoe shaped.
Back on the image of Dry Falls.
Back on the image of Dry Falls, exactly. And at some point, somebody's going to be able to see these images, right?
Yeah, well, people can go and Google them online, but they'll see them right now on YouTube if they watch the YouTube version
if
of
they
the
see
show.
the YouTube, okay. So here's a typical
Watch
Horseshoe
it.
Falls of Niagara, which is a modern cataract, receding cataract. And this horseshoe shape is very typical of the way water will erode bedrock. Because water flows faster in the middle of the stream, therefore it erodes faster in the middle and not so
Watch
much
it,
as
he's
you get
following
towards
you
the
up.
margins. And so it creates this classic horseshoe-shaped profile. And that's what we're seeing here at Dry Falls. Now this is just one of the alcoves of about half a dozen of the alcoves that we saw in the map of it.
In other words, this is a monstrously big waterfall.
Yes. Now,
Dry today.
just off to the left of the picture is where
Joe,
there's a photograph in Graham's book taken from. Let's go back. We skipped over it. There it is. This is the viewpoint, and this is Horseshoe Falls of Niagara superimposed on Dry Falls, so you can get a sense of the scale.
So Niagara Falls is a tiny, tiny little thing by comparison with this ancient fossilized waterfall, which dates back 12,800 years. Niagara Falls is the result of 12,000 or more years of work of the river. Dry Falls between Upper and Lower Grand Coulee in Washington State is the result of 2 weeks of flooding.
What?
Yeah. And
for people, try to explain this for people that are listening, because it's probably 10 times bigger plus.
More than that.
How many times bigger?
It's 2.5 times as high. And well, figure this: the discharge of the Niagara River over the falls is a couple of 100,000 cubic feet per second maximum. The discharge over Grand Coulee was somewhere between 300 and 400 million cubic feet per second, or in other words, somewhere between 10 and 20 times the combined flow of every river on Earth flowing all at once. And the height of this scarp face here, this cliff, is about 400 feet.
Oh my
The
God.
water coming over was about 400 feet deep. So if you were here, witnessing this at the peak of the flood, you wouldn't in fact even see a waterfall. What you would see is this massive 10-mile wide turgid river choked with icebergs and debris and whole forests
And that
had
river
been
is
ripped
Randall
up.
flowing at what, 60, 70 miles an hour?
60, 70 miles an hour. What you would have seen here was just a bump in this flood. And then only at the latter stages of it would it actually have been a waterfall. As the water source was dissipating and as the water was declining, you would have the final stage of it being a waterfall, then eventually the waterfall stopped, and what you have today is this fossilized feature of this massive, and this is only one of about a half a dozen comparable sized cataracts. We didn't get to see Potholes or Frenchman Coulee next time, perhaps.
So many others. I'd urge anybody listening to this, if you can do so, get up to Washington State and go visit Upper and Lower Grand Coulee. It's a stunning landscape. It's a great trip to make, and you can see the evidence on the ground.
And people don't know about it. We've got, like here, this is Utah, and what you see here is once you begin to understand the cataract formation, and you understand the morphology of a cataract, you look at something like this, and what you're looking at is cataracts, extinct cataracts out in Canyonlands, Utah, and they're massively scaled. But no geologists, see, here's the problem. Geologists haven't been focused on catastrophism. What they've been doing, they work for the government, they work for the oil companies, they're more interested in what's down below, the natural gas, the oil and
That's
stuff.
where the money is.
There's another point. There's another point I'd like to add to that, Randall, as to why geologists are not focused on catastrophes. Geology is a science, and science, in effect, defined itself as being different from religious superstition. So the notion of the Great Flood that we find in the Bible became a very discredited notion in science, and by association with that, any suggestion of a great cataclysm in the past was seen as superstitious behavior, to be shunned completely by the squeaky clean, shiny new sciences, who must never take that into account. So any geologist who dares to propose a cataclysmic episode is up against that right away, that his colleagues don't want to go there because they're afraid that they're going to be accused of buying into Noah's flood or whatever.
That's so unfortunate.
But it's true, and this is the problem. So there's catastrophism and uniformitarianism, and the prevailing dogma in geology is the uniformitarian dogma, which is basically to say the way we see things in the world today, that's how it's always been. It's
That's
never been
exactly
any change.
So, Randall, what is the mainstream understanding of those formations? Like, what when they look at those,
the Utah ones, for example,
gigantic Utah,
I have searched and I find nothing.
they just don't explain it.
They don't explain
They just
it.
go, "Oh, look how pretty."
do you think
Yeah.
the flooding went as far south as Utah?
Not directly glacial. I think what we're looking there has to be torrential rain.
Right.
Torrential-
Which is another association of this impact.
Yes.
Picture this huge impacts on the ice cap. An enormous amount of watery material is thrown up into the atmosphere. Not only water, but also mud, and you get this rain out,
Yeah.
which comes down for a long period after that.
And I'm not necessarily saying that all of that was stripped in one event, because the Pleistocene is basically 2.5 million years. 2.6 million is the latest dating of it. And there's been probably a dozen or 24 ice ages that have come and gone. To me, the evidence I'm seeing suggests that the transition from glacial to interglacial and back again is not a smooth process. In fact, it's probably highly catastrophic. Not necessarily as catastrophic as the event we're talking about 12,800 years ago, but certainly catastrophic enough that were an event of equivalent magnitude to happen today, we could maybe not cause a mass extinction, but we could certainly pull the plug on modern civilization. And so this picture is interesting because what it does is it shows that, you know, you travel over this landscape.
Explain what this picture is and where is it?
Okay, you know, now this is in western Montana, and this is a place called Dry Creek, and what this is just a gravel pit. But what you see here is deposits caused by surging floodwaters moving up tributary valleys, loaded with sediment. And one of the things that a stratigrapher or a sedimentologist looks at is, you notice how they're tilted. You see how the layers are tilted? Okay, that's an indication of which direction the water is moving. The tilting goes down in the direction that the water is flowing. So what we see here is massive, turbulent, sediment-laden floodwaters back flooding up a valley, surging, leaving deposits, and then flowing back out, followed by another wave, For 13,000 years, 12,000 years, this material has been laying there, and you see that there's forests growing over it. Okay, people traveling over this landscape don't see what's under their feet, you see. But once you get an outcrop like this, and you understand and you can read what you're seeing here, then suddenly it becomes apparent that the very hills and landscape that we live on, that we built our cities on, and our highways, and that we're playing out all these dramas, that right under our feet is the evidence of previous worlds. You have to understand that what you're looking at there is the debris of a former world that was pulverized by these floods, carried in and deposited, and now a new world has emerged out of that and on top of this wreckage.
And in that former world existed, I believe, an advanced civilization that is memorized in myths and traditions all around the world, that is being ridiculed by archaeologists, but it is insistent, and the evidence keeps on coming forward.
Well, it all makes sense. It really does. It's all shocking and stunning and fantastic, but it all makes sense.
I think it does make sense, and I think it's something. It's part of the human heritage. It's something that we all have to get to grips with. Again, this is one of the things I find encouraging about developments in the world today, is that more and more people do appear to be thinking for themselves. You know, there was a time when we took the word of specialists. Dr. X or Professor Y said this, and it had to be true. That was so, actually, when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995. That was the first argument, was the argument from authority. The authorities say this cannot be so, therefore it is not so. And a lot of people just bought that. What's changed, I think, in the last 20 years is that subservience to authority has gone away. It hasn't gone away completely, but we don't trust authority anymore, rightly and properly, because we've been lied to by authority figures, and we know they lied to us. We saw the evidence, whether it's politicians or big corporations or, or the big religions. There's an uprising against this and an assertion of individual will and of individual intellect to inquire into the past. And I think that's why this information now is coming at a time where it's falling on fertile ground. There will still be a lot of resistance to it. We can expect that resistance to be fierce and to go on. But things are shifting in the world, just as our picture of the past is shifting, so our picture of who we are and what we're meant to be doing here is shifting as well.
Have you guys thought about coming together and doing a documentary?
I'd love to do a documentary with that.
You guys together, it's a must-do. I mean, It just seems like the book is, I'm sure, going to be fantastic, but there's going to be people that are just not going to read a book. Yeah. Documentaries are so easy. All you just do is open your stupid mouth, lay down, turn on Netflix, and bam, you can absorb it.
It might happen.
People are lazy.
It's highly visual material, and
so visual. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's so visual, and the two of you together. We need to crowdfund something.
Can I make an appeal? It's the first time I've ever done this. It's a kind of little pitch. It's a little pitch. Okay, I've never asked for this before. Okay. What I'm asking to those who value and appreciate my work and feel that I'm doing something useful in the world, please support my work by getting this book, because that is the best way to put one finger up to the mainstream. Archaeology wants this book to go away. They want it to be forgotten. It will never be reviewed in any mainstream newspaper. It will never be written about. There will be no articles about it, and probably no television coverage either. The only thing that can make the difference is people voting with their feet, and I'm asking that now of people who value my work.
People are huge fans of your appearances here, and huge fans of your work. And if this is the latest and greatest, I'm sure people are going to go out and buy in droves. So, Magicians of the Gods, you can get it on Amazon, you can get it on your website, you can get it pretty much everywhere.
Yeah,
right?
Go to my website, and all the links and the whole background on the book is there. I hugely appreciate, deeply appreciate the support that
the enemy is attacking
given me. I would be nothing without my
Come
readers.
again, Rick?
That's why every time I do an event, I sit there for 2 to 3 hours afterwards talking
someone
to people
said something over the radio, and I didn't catch it.
The readers are the most important people in my universe, and they're who give me strength. Without my readers, I'm literally nothing, and I value and appreciate them. And I'm on a journey across America now. I'm speaking in many different cities, and the whole program is up on my website on the talks and events page.
Well, we'll make sure we tweet that stuff and get that information out, and I'll get that information out for the entirety of the time you're here. Just let me know where you're going to be, and I'll let everybody know when you're going to be there.
Since we're plugging, I'd like to plug. I've got this.
What is that?
Well, it's about a 4.5-hour presentation.
Of course it is.
Of graphics, video clips, animations.
And it's all you?
Yeah.
And what is it called?
Cosmic Patterns and Cycles of Catastrophe. And we can go to the Sacred Geometry International website. I think Cameron Wiltshire, who you know, in fact, who introduced us, has, I think he's doing a special on it now.
Okay.
Like 33% off or something.
So what is the actual URL of the website?
Well, it would be sacredgeometryinternational.com.
There it is. Jamie's pulled it up right there. So Cosmic Patterns and Cycles of Catastrophe.
Yes.
33.33% off. What is that all about?
You'll have to ask Cameron about that.
Is some hidden numerology in there somewhere?
Apparently. And you'll notice coupon code Magicians.
Ah, there you go. Magicians of the Gods.
That must be a reference.
I think it probably corresponds. So I really think that you guys have to do one of these things together as a documentary. I mean, I think it's just, I think someone out there, someone's listening to this, probably some kooks that we don't want doing this documentary, but there's got to be somebody out there that's legit. We just need to find them and put it together.
Yeah, I want to pay tribute to Randall's work. Randall is a really important figure in this field, and he's very modest, and he's been standing back, and he's not been out there enough. It's time that people understood the fantastic knowledge that this man has, and the ground experience. You can't beat that.
Well, I met Randall in, it was early 2000s, right?
When you were at the Punchline.
Yeah, in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Which doesn't even exist anymore.
Going straight
It's
to the
gone.
field.
It was quite a while
low
ago.
door
And we had this
turning
conversation
away.
after my show. And we were just sitting down. He was
getting red.
talking to me about the Holocene.
Must be very low
and
on
all
fuel
these
as
different
well.
impacts. And I remember walking away from. We talked for quite a while after the show. But I remember going, that might be the craziest fucking post-show conversation I've ever had. Because usually, after a comedy show, you have a conversation with people. Hey, where's a good place to eat? Do you like Atlanta? Like normal stuff. And he's just flooding me with information. I'm like, who is this guy?
Well, I remember walking away from it going, wow,
You
I had no idea that Joe Rogan really related to all this stuff,
Oh, I was fascinated.
I was surprised.
Can I add something there, which is I'd like to say something about Egypt. It's a phenomenon. I travel all around the world. I give presentations in just countries everywhere. And everywhere I go, people come up to me and they say, Joe Rogan sent us to you. We know about your work because of Joe Rogan. And I see that what you're doing is exploring many, many controversial areas in your show. You're in a position of power, and your listeners, just as my readers are my strength, your listeners are your strength. They put you in a position of power. You're a person who's using that power for something good. There are so many people who are powerful in the world of the media who are just wasting away or trivial or nothing. You are bringing new information to people all around the world. And I can tell you as I meet them, every time I give it a them, you are enormously appreciated.
Well, I appreciate them very much, and I appreciate you guys, and I appreciate the show, because this whole thing came about without any planning. This show just sort of became itself. It's almost like I was just happened to be there to germinate it or something. And I just try to get out of my own way as much as possible and follow my curiosity. And the beautiful thing about people like you guys is, without you, take away you and Fingerprints of the Gods, take away you, and what are we looking at? I mean, it's very rare when you have two human beings that without them an entire field of study would be barren of a great deal of its information. I mean, you have John Anthony West and Robert Schoch, who you were obviously a part of all that.
Absolutely.
John Anthony West was absolutely fascinating.
Fascinating guy.
And another guy, widely maligned, a guy who's ignored, but Magical Egypt is one of the greatest DVD series to this day that I've ever seen in my life. And if you've got the time and the attention span to sit down and watch all of them, it is amazing.
Amazing. John Anthony West is one of my favorite people.
He's incredible.
Absolutely brilliant researcher. John, more than anybody else, who opened my mind
You guys
to
got
the
me
mysteries
25s headed
of
your way.
ancient Egypt. Fantastic work.
He's a world treasure.
He is a world treasure. He's a great, great, great man.
And I think that DVD series is just one petal, one unfolding of the great flower of information that you guys are presenting. And I think...
And another name I'll drop in there, which is Robert Bovard, the originator of the Iraq Revelation period. He's done so much to bring back attention to the importance of the skies in the ancient world and what it means for our understanding of our past. And again, his evidence also comes back to 12,800 years ago.
And while we're at it, Robert Schoch, who
Yes.
stuck his neck out for Boston University, and really mainstream scholars that went out on a limb and said, we are absolutely looking at water erosion.
Robert Schoch is a key figure in this field. He's very courageous to be a mainstream professor of geology at Boston.
The beast
it was
is
John
under
West
attack.
who introduced Robert Schoch to the notion that the Sphinx might be much older, that the weathering on it didn't fit with the picture of history. And John took Robert Schoch to Egypt, and Robert Schoch went with the data, and he stuck his neck out, and he's taken a lot of criticisms and attacks for it, but he's a very, very important player in this field.
Well, all of you guys are just massively, massively important, and this is such a unique and satisfying object of curiosity for me, at least. When I start thinking about these things, it's almost like little things start firing off in my brain. It's so exciting. I mean, it's horrific to think about the poor people that lived back then, that got hit by these massive impacts, and the aftermath of it all must have been insane. But to think about now, in 2015, the slow unveiling of all this data and information, and as it all gets into focus and you try to get a clearer and clearer view of what could have possibly happened in the past, I find it so incredibly enriching and fascinating. It's, to me, one of the most exciting aspects of the potential of archaeology.
Yeah.
Just to be able to discover, like, oh, that's what happened. Oh,
it's a kind of aha moment.
Yes.
Suddenly the pieces fall into place, and we understand what we forgot.
And again, it cements that statement that you made that resonated with me, that we are a civilization with amnesia.
Yeah. We got knocked on the head, and we lost a lot. We lost a lot, and there is that haunting sense of incompleteness within so many of us that comes from that loss of feel. Just like any amnesiac has a sense of something missing. The whole species has that.
I think what makes this really so potent is the fact that there are considerable implications for our own future.
Oh, absolutely.
And I think that, you know, how Graham wraps up the book really is about our future. You know, and once now that we've integrated this information into our worldview, you know, what does it imply in terms of where we go from here? Because one of the things that I track, and if you could throw this up on the screen for just a second, I'm going to speed through something really clear.
I'm on the way there,
so
pal.
that you
With
can
the
kind of get
M8.
the impression.
1989.
1989.
N4 with rocket heading to town.
Let me just...
Giant asteroid makes close call by Earth.
While Randall's fixing that, let's also remind that we had a relatively close pass with a half-kilometer wide, actually bit of a comet just over Halloween. And the interesting thing is that NASA only found that object on the 10th of October. And it missed us. It passed about the distance of the moon from the Earth.
That's not that far.
That's not that far. But the key thing is that they only found it a few days before it passed.
Oh, God.
And how many other objects are out there?
And half a kilometer wide? So the one that hit Tunguska was
100 meters. It's a tiny.
Jesus Christ.
This is a minimum of 150 to 200 times the volume of Tunguska.
And when you look at the universe, and just look at our galaxy, the size of our galaxy, look at our solar system, the size of our solar system, that is literally like getting grazed by a bullet. It's like getting grazed.
Absolutely.
And it's so close. That's a good analogy.
It's a really good analogy.
When you think about it, you know, you say, well, a half a kilometer compared to the Earth, that's not big. But like when, you know, you think of a slug from a 32, right? If I threw it at you and hit you with it, it wouldn't do much. But if I accelerate it to 1,000 feet per second, it's going to cause extreme trauma, right? But now we're looking at these asteroids flying in comet debris, and they're 10 times, 20 times the speed of a rifle when they hit our atmosphere. Like, you know, 50, 60, 70,000 miles per hour. And the kinetic punch of something like that is inconceivable. It's like Graham said, I mean, to talk about it, you have to take our entire nuclear arsenal of the peak of the Cold War, detonated all at once, and even that would only be a fraction of the forces unleashed. Now watch this. I'm going to go through this real quick here, and you'll get the idea, I think, that where we're at, because astronomers are looking out into our cosmic environment. And this is what they're seeing. Look at this. Like, going back here,
most of us are listening,
9 objects have come close to the Earth since 1991. Right?
Read that. Current
asteroid estimates are too low. This was October of 2000.
Current predictions for the number of potentially dangerous asteroids have been underestimated by at least 20%, say astronomers. According to recent calculations, there are between 750 and 900 asteroids that may circle the Earth.
That number has changed. That was October 2000. Yes. We're now looking at the estimates are now that it's 100,000. Potentially Earth-destroying objects
finally.
that are on Earth-crossing orbits. This is an estimate. The problem is NASA has only identified a tiny fraction of what's out there. And again, I'm not saying this because I want to spread gloom and doom. I'm saying this. I'm saying this because we have the capacity to do something about it. It takes goodwill on the part of the human race to stop wasting money on stupid pursuits, particularly warfare,
he's
and
back
to
already.
apply those resources to sweeping clean our cosmic environment. environment. The technology already exists.
It's going to cause it. I mean, it's going to have to.
okay. I gotta go.
There's
It's
going to
dinner
have to
time.
be a massive shift in our attention. Like there has to almost be an event that takes
Yeah, I gotta
place
go all the way
that
back
makes
to
people wake
Colorado.
up.
Right, we
Hey,
have
it's
World
been
Asteroid
fun.
Day right
See you
now.
on the
Some prominent
battlefield.
figures are behind it, like Brian May, I think one of the guitarists with the Queen, if I remember correctly. There is publicity
Alert.
around some
They are
World
engaging
Asteroid
our
Day, but
fields.
nobody's taking it seriously.
Well, we don't take anything seriously unless it smacks us. Like people don't quit cigarettes until they get cancer. There's something about human beings that we don't consider the possible. We have this idea in our head that we're eternal and we're gonna live forever and everything's gonna be fine. And I just need a new Lexus. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But we have
it has
this
been
wacky.
fun.
I just
See
need
you
this
later, man.
watch that I have out of my eye, this laptop that I want to buy. If something happened, if a massive collision hit China and wiped out like several million people, and then caused the entire Earth to go into nuclear winter, and crops died, and we experienced global famine, then something like that, then we would wake up and go, all right, Russia, let's talk. Let's get together.
I'm hoping that it doesn't take anything quite that extreme. If we had a repeat of Tunguska 1908, I think that
would be nice, but would it be? Because there was this incident in Russia that was last year that was caught on all those dashboard cameras.
Red, could
What's
you
wonderful
spawn
about
over here
Russia
between me
is
and the
apparently
spawn?
there's so much
shut his engine down.
like insurance crime and so many collisions with each other that a lot of people over in Russia have dash cams.
Okay, right. I was wondering why.
So because of those dash cams, that's how we have all this footage of these meteors that blew up in the atmosphere and didn't even land. But
No, he
we
shut
have
down.
some from inside schools where people were watching like this thing happen go down, and that was nothing.
yeah, that was a fraction of the size of the Tunguska.
Yeah.
But nobody was killed, you see. If that object had been a little bigger, if it's a little denser, its angle of approach had been a little steeper, you might have been looking at 1,500 deaths rather than just 1,500 injuries. I think that would have been a wake-up call, perhaps. Maybe not enough to reorient civilization, but I guarantee you a Tunguska event over a major inhabited area of the globe, wiping out 1 million people, I can't imagine that wouldn't have some kind of a effect on our attitude towards our vulnerability in the cosmos, and make people think maybe there's something bigger we need to be paying attention to here rather than,
I
Kardashians.
realize we're not invulnerable. This is the illusion created by modern technology.
We need to make a war on asteroids, like we have a war on terror.
It's gonna fuck me up now.
Well, Congress just passed.
At least that would be a useful project.
Yes.
Is to actually do something that could benefit and serve the human race instead of multiplying fear and hatred.
Well, see, that's the thing. These asteroids are actually extraordinary sources of resources, natural resources, platinum group metals and hydrocarbons and water
Do you have a visual?
and precious metals. All of these things that we're mining from the Earth now exist in those asteroids that are threatening the planet.
Right.
And we're not that far away from being able to develop the technologies and the industries to actually go and rendezvous with an asteroid. Of course, it's a matter of, like Graham was saying, I mean, this last Halloween asteroid, they didn't find it but a couple of weeks before it passed by the Earth. So we need a lot more
looks like a werewolf.
capabilities of seeing what's out there. And we're developing that, but at a very slow pace.
So there are practical suggestions that come out of all of this. This isn't just about the past, as Randy said. This is also about the future of the human race and what we do and how we live on this gorgeous planet that the universe gave us, and how we pay back for being given that opportunity.
And so the current ideas are to somehow or another nudge these asteroids out of the way.
There's about 10 different technologies to do it. What you don't really want to do is to blow it up with a nuclear bomb, because then you get buckshot instead of a single bullet. And buckshot can do a lot of harm as well, and it may even push it into a more catastrophic orbit. So you don't want to do that, but what you can do, for example, is to change the reflectivity of one side of the asteroid or comet fragment. You can alter that, you effectively paint it, and that affects the sun's radiation upon it, and that would be enough to shift it slightly out of its course. There are a lot of techniques and suggestions, or nudges. That this is you put your finger on exactly the right word. This is another of the technologies that just nudge these things
hundreds of thousands of killers out there. You just have to, excuse me, over there, please. A little bit of this. And then also we have to look out for all of them. The ones that are coming from down there, the ones that are coming from up here.
Three-dimensional space.
That's what we really have to think of.
It was a good day to see him die.
Oh, I hope an asteroid's not coming our way. Well, from where, fucker? You know, this thing is crazy.
And is it coming from the direction of the sun so that we can't see it except for very special cameras?
And that was the case with Tunguska. It came out of, in fact, if you read the eyewitness accounts, they describe how it looks like it was being disgorged from the sun or being expelled from the sun. It was like a second sun in the sky, and that was because that summertime torrents stream is coming from behind the sun. And so, yeah, you can't see it.
Because of the gravity of the sun, the mass of the sun, doesn't that affect how we see things behind it anyway?
Yeah, it should do.
It warps like
warps time
our
space.
vision. Yeah. So like something could be coming from behind the sun. We literally would not even see it because of the mass of gravity of the sun if it was in the right area.
Yeah, Tunguska was not seen really until it came into the atmosphere.
That was obviously a long time ago, and there's not nearly as much observation in the skies as there are today, right?
These are the steps that we need to take. We need to grow up as a species. We need to leave our childhood behind. It's interesting to speculate what would happen if we had impacts on the scale that happened 12,800 years ago. And I'm pretty sure that it would mean, if it were allowed to happen, that it would mean the end of our civilization. This civilization would go down. This is a very intensely specialized civilization. I think the just-in-time principle is that we have 2-day or 3-day food supply in our cities. You interrupt that and you have a kind of Walking Dead scenario within a week. You know, it's that bad. This civilization appears to be very strong, but in fact it's very fragile, and it could easily fall apart. And so many of us in the Western technological world actually have no survival skills whatsoever. We don't know how to survive because we depend for our survival upon the complex network of society. Who would survive a cataclysm like that? Would be the hunter-gatherers. People like the hunter-gatherers of the Kalahari in southern Africa, or the hunter-gatherers of the Amazon basin. You know, the meek of the world, those who are not taken into account in the world at all today. They're the ones equipped both with the knowledge and the psychological resources to deal with a situation like that and to carry the human story forward. And I just want to make sure, if I can play some part in this, I just want to make sure that the descendants of those hunter-gatherers 10,000 years in the future are not remembering faintly and vaguely a great lost civilization, a magical civilization which had the ability to go to the moon, which had the ability to, one person could speak to another person on the other side of the planet, magical powers, which was destroyed because of its own arrogance and cruelty. And that lost civilization, of course, would be us.
Well, one of the things that's been disturbing me as I got older is the idea of print about books is sort of going away, and everything is becoming digital. And digital to the form that you can only read with an operating system, a computer, and a CPU, and all that jazz. Without all that, it's nothing. You look at a hard drive, it's just there's nothing there.
It's just electrons. Yeah. Take away the software, and it'll never be read again.
Yeah, and what evidence would there be 1,000 years from now of us if something were to happen?
There might be some. We know they were computer disks, but the descendants of that time would have no idea what they were, and even if they did, they'd have no way of accessing.
And 1,000 years from now, they would deteriorate to nothing.
To nothing. All the plastic would be gone. Everything would just be a complete mess.
Well, that's why I look at megalithic stone architecture as being a text.
Yeah.
That's how you might.
No one just watch then you get killed.
And another way you might preserve things is if you develop a mythology around this whole scenario, and then you projected it onto the night sky, so that generations later they would tell these tales based upon the mythological figures juxtaposed on the night sky, and there would be the story, because it's there. It's all the whole mythos, Western mythology, has been juxtaposed onto the fixed stars. And so that's one way, perhaps, of preserving information. And the other way, I think, is massive stone architecture.
So it's clearly not an accident that the It's a number that is found embedded in mythology all around the world, and it is a multiple of the number 72. It's actually 600 times 72, and 72 is the heartbeat of the precessional cycle. 1 degree of change every 72 years. So what they've actually done is they've given us the dimensions of our planet on a scale defined by a motion of the planet itself. And that, in my view, is incredibly clever way to pass information down to the future. That way they can be sure that any astronomical literate society could work this out. The information would be there. So in all those dark ages, when we had no knowledge that we even lived on a planet or what its dimensions were, those dimensions were encoded into the enduring structure of the Great Pyramid Monument, as the Arabs say, that time itself would fear.
The Great Pyramids themselves, the Great Pyramid of Giza in particular, is so spectacular that it almost makes you go, well, man, there has something on.
Yeah, just over the hill from
missing
here.
part of this picture, because you're talking about something that would be. I've heard people say we could reproduce it today. Of course we could. Of course we could. We can. Can you make a stone that's the size of one of the stones in the Great Pyramid? Yes. Well, then we can make the pyramid. But how long would it take? How hard would it be?
Where would be the will?
And you'd have to be perfect. In order to get it to line up at the top the way it sets right now, you can't be off by a fraction of an inch.
Otherwise you have a corkscrew instead of a pyramid. That's the whole problem. No, it's an amazing device, a multifunctional device in my view, in encoding knowledge, but also working on human consciousness. I've had the privilege to be alone inside the Great Pyramid, not surrounded by hundreds of others. And as the silence descends, this sense of intelligence seems to come out from the walls. Something is speaking to you there, and I think that partly what it was designed to do was to affect human consciousness, and in a weird way it still doing so.
It's just with this majestic structure just being so magnificent and incredible that you just go, whoa.
But also the sensory deprivation that you're inside the so-called King's Chamber, which has nothing to do with any king. It's an amazing granite geometrical room 300 feet above the ground in the heart of the Great Pyramid. As that silence descends, you feel this monument begin to speak to you. It's almost like it's shy. Put 50 people in there, and the dialogue goes away. Be in there alone, listen to the silence, and it starts to speak.
That's amazing. It's just, it's such a special thing that we have. This area.
Yeah, he got me
you can
before
see
dark
these
where it
ancient
popped
structures and it causes your mind to wander and think about these things and these possibilities. When you add that to all the information that you guys have accumulated over, of course, your study and your research, it's just an amazing thing to consider.
I should mention another site, which we're not talking about today, which is Padang in Indonesia. And then again, I have a couple of chapters on this. Padang is a man-made pyramid. And it's been found about 3 hours drive west of Bandung on the island of Java. And for a long time it was thought to be a relatively young megalithic site. There is a megalithic site on top of what was thought to be a natural hill. But now an amazing Indonesian geologist called Danny Hillman Natamajaja has been over it with his team. They've done ground-penetrating radar and seismography on the whole structure. They've also put drill cores down into it, and they have pulled up remnants of man-made material associated with datable organic material that goes back 20,000 years. It goes back right into the last ice age. This is a 20,000-year-old pyramid that's sitting in Indonesia, and it's one of the most exciting breaking stories in archaeology. And typically, because the discovery work has been done by a geologist, Indonesian archaeologists are wanting to hold on stuff.
So this is it right here.
That's what it says. But those are not so for example, third from the left, that one. That's the known megalithic site on top of what is now understood to be a completely man-made pyramid.
So this is accepted only by geologists, not by archaeologists?
Yeah, the archaeologists say, oh, we know that site, it's 2,500 years old, there's nothing of interest there, we would like the resources that are being spent on this to be spent on our project instead. And in fact, they've lobbied with the Indonesian government and their excavations have been temporarily halted. I think that it will go ahead again.
What is the evidence that shows, what's the geological evidence that shows that this is...
First of all, in ground-penetrating radar, the picture of what is inside this shows us that it is a man-made. Secondly, that it contains 3 large chambers within it. One of them at least as large as the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid. Huge cavities, regular in shape, which have not yet been excavated. And thirdly, that the date of this site puts us back to 20,000 years, right to the last glacial maximum, when Indonesia didn't exist. Indonesia 20,000 years ago was part of a giant continent that geologists call Sundaland, the Sunda Shelf. There wasn't a peninsula, Malaysian peninsula, and the Thousand Islands of Indonesia. It was a massive landmass, and that landmass was submerged predominantly between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. This site sits in an area of high land which was never submerged, and it looks to me, again I'm speculating because the excavation has been stopped, but it looks to me, as does Göbekli Tepe, like a time capsule, something that takes us back to that earlier period. And in fact, when we're looking for a lost civilization, I think we should be looking all over the world. Plato made it clear that Atlantis wasn't just the island, it had projected its power all around the world. Indonesia is a very fruitful area for further investigation, and I did a huge research trip in Indonesia, and I saw megaliths that are just unaccounted for. The archaeology has never been done. There's a giant megalithic culture in that island, and very
the base is under attack.
Some cultures on Indonesia are still making megaliths today. They're still doing it. It continues this ancient tradition.
So when we're looking at this, what are you guys seeing? I'm seeing a hill. I'm seeing a bunch of rocks.
Yeah, that bunch of rocks is the known megalithic site, which has correctly been dated to 2,500 years ago.
So when you say megalithic site,
this is a material called columnar basalt, which forms naturally, by the way, into regular patterns. The Giant's Causeway in Ireland is columnar basalt. Columnar basalt, when it forms naturally, forms in vertical formations. It's a very useful building material. It can be broken up into blocks, and when you see them laid out horizontally like this, you know absolutely that human beings have been involved and that they have made this site. But what's really interesting is what's underneath what we're seeing there, what's being revealed by the ground-penetrating radar and the drill cores. That is really fascinating, because that has not been taken into account by archaeology at all. That's where we need to do this work, and we're going to recover our lost parts. Indonesia is one of the places we need to be doing it.
So to someone like me that's looking at this, I'm just seeing a bunch of stones.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so...
2,500-year-old site. But what it appears to be the case, that site was put there because there was an ancient memory that this was a sacred site. The name Gunung Padang in the Indonesian language doesn't seem to mean very much. It means mountain field. But in the Sundanese language, which is the language that is spoken around Gunung Padang, what Gunung Padang means is mountain of enlightenment. Suggestion that it's connected to an ancient system of knowledge. It's one of many sites that are appearing around the world now that don't fit with the mainstream picture.
So this sort of parallels some of the ideas about the old kingdom in Egypt and the ancient structures where the new structures are built on top of them, and as they dig deeper into the sand they find different construction methods that represent an older time.
Probably dive back in those lemon bushes.
So this is 20,000 years old underneath this?
Yeah. That's right.
Wow. And is there any images that we could look at, or is there anything that we could see other than this?
I have a lot of look. I'm not sure.
What is that? The image above it? It's an artist rendition. What it used to look like.
That's an absolute artist rendition, which I don't value. That almost takes the form of misinformation.
Yeah, a couple of his buddies would show up.
That painting, you have your cursor just on it, just click on that. That is an artist's interpretation of what Gunung Padang would have looked like in its original form
20,000 years ago.
before it became overgrown.
That is the mind blower then. If this 20,000 years ago, if this actually existed, this gigantic megalithic structure that was created by human beings, advanced civilization beyond a shadow of a doubt, 20,000 years ago.
And in an area that was devastated by the global floods of 12,800 years ago, and that became completely different from how it was before that.
What was the area that had that gigantic super volcano detonation 70,000 years ago?
That's another Indonesian story. Yeah.
And that is Indonesia, and that is literally where population of the Earth, of human beings, was wiped out.
It may have been that the human population went down to just 2,000 individuals.
Jeez. That's like a good comedy show for me, like a theater. Imagine that. Like, everybody in my show has to repopulate the fucking Earth.
Sometimes our species hangs by a thread. Sometimes we hang by a thread.
That's crazy. That is
Because they're just getting a couple of
the
kills.
idea
Keep
that
coming back
just
forever.
the Earth can have a hiccup. And that's not even an asteroid. That's the Earth itself.
Just
Just
1 out of
spits up,
5 left.
Belching. Yeah.
belches, destroys the environment to the point where it creates nuclear winter, kills all the crops, most of the animals die.
Yep.
2,000 people scratch and claw their way to existence. Wow. And only 70,000 years ago, so 50,000 years before this. So 50,000. So there's been a series of these.
Yes, there have been a series of these, and we as a species have kind of danced in and out of them, and from time to time they have radically changed our story.
Our hubris in creating
that
hard
time.
drives.
We got more than one.
Hard drives, flash drives, phones, remembers everything. I maybe know 4 phone numbers, you know?
We don't use the power of memory.
We don't write anything down in anything that's going to survive any sort of a disaster.
So
That's where the systems of Freemasonry come in, because here you have a body of symbolism that's been handed down at least since the Middle Ages, and you have a lot of
The enemy is attacking.
currently active Masons who, in order to become Master Masons, have to memorize a tremendous amount of information. Most of them don't have a clue as to what it means, even though they're told right in the ritual, if you want to understand this, you have to understand astronomy, first of all. You have to understand geometry and a number of other things, but a tremendous amount of memory work is involved. And this is the ancient system. The oral traditions involved memory on a massive scale. Being able to recite verbatim things that might take you hours to recite. And we, like you guys just discussed, we're losing that ability. And this is, to me, it's regrettable that Freemasonry has gotten such a bad rep with all of these silly conspiratorial things in the age of the internet.
I can't tell you how many times on Facebook or the internet somebody, and they express it as an accusation.
Yeah.
Graham Hancock is a Freemason. Well, first off, I'm not a Freemason. I've never been a Freemason, and I never will be a Freemason because I'm not a joiner. I don't join clubs. My job is to write books, and if I join a particular club, that's going to compromise my ability to do that. I have given lectures in Masonic lodges. I've been invited to give lectures there, and I'm very interested to talk to Masons. But I'm not a Mason myself, and it is strange that there is this idea that Freemasonry is connected to some kind of global conspiracy. I think it's much more complicated and much more interesting than that.
Well, it's an ancient, like as you said, an ancient way of sort of storing and passing down knowledge and ideas. I mean, I'm sure there's a bunch of wacky people that are involved in it too.
Most of them are
Some
in it
of
for the
them.
beer.
Yeah,
Frankly.
the beer.
Yeah, but Freemasonry is largely a male drinking club.
Maybe I'm in that. Maybe I need to find these people.
Actually, maybe that's in the UK. In the US, there's no drinking in the lodge.
Not in the lodges, not in the lodge itself, but afterwards.
Okay, I'm out.
There's a lot of alcohol goes down.
I was in, now I'm out. Well, drinking does mess with your memory, though, so I see it.
But there is a tremendous body of symbolism in there, which I think is critical to understanding a lot of these ancient histories.
Has ancient origins.
Well, it's one of the things that's so confusing about our money, right? And so conspiratorially constantly debated about the origins of the symbolism on our money. The pyramid with the eyeball on top of it, and there's so many theories as to what this means and that means. And look at the way the structure in Washington D.C. where the Pentagon is, and where all these different buildings are this is all Mason stuff, and they want to take over the world. And, I don't know. But it's,
who knows really? I think what's important about it is that it's a system of ideas that definitely has very ancient origins.
Yeah.
We're seeing a modern manifestation of it now, but it tracks back a long way into the past. And this shows that ideas can be passed down below the radar and can survive and can continue.
Well, the eyeball on top of the pyramid, man, I would love to go back to the dude who created the dollar bill. How come you just don't say $1? You know, and have the dude's face, and we're good, right? Why do you have to have a pyramid with an eyeball? Like, what does that mean? And I wonder what it meant to them. What is it supposed to symbolize?
Well, I think it means the same thing that it meant to the ancient Egyptians. We find the Eye of Horus.
Doesn't the Eye of Horus represent the pineal gland?
That's a good argument. It actually looks like the pineal gland.
From a side profile, it looks exactly like it.
Absolutely looks like it. And we know that DMT was available in ancient Egypt. The ancient Egyptian tree of life is Acacia nilotica, which is rich in DMT in its bark.
Well, that's also the tree that they're considering that modern Jerusalem scholars have attached to Moses and the burning bush.
Exactly.
The burning bush being the source of divinity, the source of God, of divine knowledge, God being a burning bush, and that bush being the acacia tree. The acacia tree being rich in DMT. I mean, it only makes sense if you try to break it down and translate it. If anybody who's done DMT knows what a profound and life-changing experience it can be, and how there is this feeling when you do it that you are connecting to some sort of divine entity.
We have to look at this image.
Okay.
That I've got.
Yeah.
Jamie put it up there. Well, it's a typical. You find this in all kinds of Masonic.
That's spooky.
Somebody giving a chick a haircut.
I'm on your right.
He's got wings.
You see, what you have here is a
And behind you.
juxtaposition of different symbols, and they all have an
right on the other
interpretation.
side of me, huh?
Right? You see the old man, Father Time, but he holds the sickle.
Father Time also has wings. How do
He
you
also
get
has
wings?
Well,
Time flies.
what?
Time flies.
Time flies. Yeah.
Well, how dare you?
You notice the hourglass. You notice the hourglass, right?
Okay, the hourglass by the sickle. I see.
Okay, and the sickle is a symbol for the comet. I'm going to go ahead and
a comet?
Spill some, yes.
Oh,
and I can show you how that works. You know, the word comet comes from the Latin cometa, or cometa, which means what? Long hair, right?
You've got the hair, Randall.
Long hair.
Long-haired star. Randall actually looks a bit like a comet.
Well,
so as you're looking at the star in the sky and you see the tail, they think of that as the hair of the comet?
yes, exactly. So what you have there is the long hair. Right there, that's a signal right there that's
okay.
a reference. And I can show you a couple of other things to
Father
show.
Time is going bald. What's all that about?
Yeah. Well, he's making up for it with his
beard.
whiskers, yeah. But you'll notice what she holds in her right hand, the sprig of acacia.
Yeah.
And what she holds, and so in the Masonic symbolism, acacia represents resurrection, represents restoration after. In the Masonic allegory, you have the death of the master builder and the raising of the master builder, and the symbolism for this, whether it ultimately I think goes back to the death and resurrection of Osiris and the death and resurrection of all of these god figures in history, which could be taken
dying and resurrecting gods. Yeah.
The dying and resurrecting gods, which could be taken as a metaphor, really, for the God standing in for the human species, for human civilization. And she's actually weeping. She's holding in her left hand a ciborium, which was a symbol from alchemy. And in the Masonic sense, it's in that container that she's holding that the alchemy takes place, which you might speculate is maybe the extraction of the DMT from the acacia.
Well, that's what I was going to say. It looks almost like one of those incense holders. You know, you get an incense cone, you put it in, you put the lid on that, and the incense comes through that.
Right.
And she's looking at a book.
And she's looking at a book, right? And then the book is sitting on a broken column. The broken column, actually, what that represents is very well depicted in this next image here, which was basically the destruction of the lost civilization. And that's what she's weeping over, see? And she's holding the acacia because that's the symbol of resurrection.
Right.
How civilization is then renewed, phoenix-like, out of the ashes of the previous one.
Out of drugs.
Maybe assisted. Maybe with some assistance there.
Will help.
Yeah. So you see there, and then when you go back to this, see, it's all there. And once you begin to understand the symbolism of this, you can begin to read it just like a book or a manuscript, almost, you see. And there we see the 19th century depiction of, the destruction of civilization by
a comet.
By a comet, yes.
Wow.
Yes. And
absolutely
the basis.
it's interesting stuff.
boy,
sure.
there's a lot of work in that. You know, is this a universal description, like the way or interpretation of what you're saying? Does everyone agree on this?
No. In fact, basically, most of them will look at it and really not really understand.
They go, "Oh, that's pretty."
But in many different cultures, the comet is the long-haired star.
It looks like
sometimes it's the cosmic serpent. Sometimes it's a serpent.
Sometimes it's a serpent.
Yeah.
It looks like an old dude that's creeping on a young girl who's trying to read. Like, you know, she's trying to read. He's trying to give her a back massage. He's kind of being creepy. That's what it looks like.
That's kind of what it looks like.
Well, here we have, this is a 19th century Masonic carpet. Now you'll notice several things on it. What do you see up on the right? The comet.
Yeah.
Yes. And immediately to the left of the comet, you have a lunar crescent, and then you have the 7 stars. And what does the 7 stars usually depict? The Pleiades.
Yeah, which are part of Taurus constellation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if you superimpose the radiant of the Taurid meteor shower, it almost bullseye right on
the Pleiades.
And you find the Pleiades
Spawn just a little farther over the other edge there.
Not only the Masonic ritual, but in many traditions.
Many traditions. They're even clearly depicted in the Hall of Bulls in Lascaux in France, 17,000 years ago. A depiction of the constellation of Taurus with the Pleiades clearly marked on the shoulder of the bull. So anybody who argues that there was no ancient knowledge of the zodiacal constellations, go to Lascaux and you'll realize there was.
And you'll notice down here, there's the Ark, which of course is symbolizing the Great Flood. And you've got a lot of things going on here. You've got the coffin with the acacia growing out of it, which again is symbolizing this resurrection after the death.
So that one plant plays an important role over and over.
Over and over.
Very important role.
Yes.
It's just, I mean, it can't be coincidental that
The role of
that's
DMT
a plant.
in human culture has been radically underestimated and misunderstood by our scholars.
Is there any depictions in the ancient world of
He has his tracers off.
of smoking it?
There's many depictions of the ancient Egyptian figure holding some kind of pipe. And now that we know that Acacia nilotica is a DMT-rich tree, and that ancient Egyptians certainly had the chemical knowledge to extract the DMT from that bark, the very word chemistry actually comes from the name of ancient Egypt, which was Kemet, the black land. That's where we get the word chemistry from. We can be pretty sure what they were smoking. There is a particular seed, by the way, where we see another visionary agent, the datura plant. Rays in the form of datura flowers are descending into the brow, into the third eye of the initiate in that image. The imagery is all there. You just have to dig it out and look for it. In fact, look for it with eyes that are willing to see. That's the crucial thing.
I've never seen the Egyptian hieroglyphs holding a pipe.
Oh yeah,
See if you can find it. You seen it? Wow. So what are we looking at here?
Oh, just another version of these old Masonic carpets. But the thing that you want to look at here,
What the beehive thing in the lower left-hand corner there?
yeah,
That seems to be over and over again. You see
over and
that?
over again, yeah.
Why a beehive? Is it a beehive?
It's a beehive, yeah.
It is. So is it supposed to represent like beekeeping? And is a form of
I will
agriculture? Or?
I'll fill you in on that sometime.
Bees were a symbol of royalty in ancient Egypt.
Oh.
You find them all over the Temple of Karnak, for example.
In the Masonic context, it has a very interesting context.
Well, it's either
which
do
is
that or have him shoot you.
Probably beyond what we can get into.
It's another show.
It's another
A whole
show.
other show on bees? does it, I mean, when you look at, well, it's one of the main concerns that we have today is that our cell phone signals and a lot of the pesticides that we're using are killing off bees. The cell phone signals are apparently like really confusing bees and messing them up with the Wi-Fi and all the waves, radio waves, and different things in the atmosphere, interfere with their communication. But then on top of that, the pesticides we're putting on crops, all these things, and then there's diseases that bees are getting. We have a serious problem with the honeybee population, and to have that as a big part of their culture, to have bees as a big part of their culture,
Says something, yeah.
Well, what you're superficially told in the Masonic ritual is that bees are a symbol of industry. But when you begin to look into it, the beehive itself is interesting architecturally.
right?
Because what it does, it has the maximum volume to weight ratio virtually of any structure. But there's other considerations there as well, which again is another show. But if you look carefully, right up in here, you'll notice there's a twin comet, twin stars. You see the tails? And you'll notice that you know that comets, their tails are always pointing away from the sun. They're not like trails behind, like the wake of a boat. They're pointing away from the sun, you see. And if you look at this, you see you've got the sun right here. You've got these moving away. The heart is a symbol for the earth. The sword is another symbol for the comet.
So all of this mystery surrounds us, and all of it takes us back to a time that we've forgotten, and we need to know about that time. We need to recover our memory. The human species is in a kind of broken state right now, psychologically. You can see it in the world. There's this miasma of hatred and fear and suspicion that are just enveloping the whole world, and we are being divided artificially from one another when truly we are all brothers and sisters, and we need to recover that knowledge if we're to move forward to the future. And on that note, I also want to thank you for another thing, Joe, which is for smoking me up last September.
Reintroducing marijuana into your life?
I had 3 years of abstinence from marijuana, and that abstinence ended when we sat down for our last chat, September 2014.
Well, you seem so healthy. I'm like, I don't think pot's the problem.
No, it's not the problem. What's happened is I've completely changed my relationship to that beautiful and magical herb. It's not a dependent relationship anymore. It's not an obsessional relationship. If I have it, I enjoy it. If I don't have it, I enjoy my life anyway.
That's beautiful. I have a friend who's a drug counselor, and last night he was telling me a story. He's also a comedian. And last night he was telling me a story, Court McGowan, great guy. And he was telling me a story about this kid that he's trying to help. That he said, I had never met a marijuana addict before.
The beast is under attack.
This kid was smoking these massive amounts of marijuana. He's trying to help him in his clinic, and he realized along the way it has nothing to do with the marijuana. Like he's got some crazy psychological issue that's going on, and the marijuana just happens to be the thing he's using to try to fill up.
To medicate.
Yeah, it's not that he has this physical addiction. It's impossible to.
There is no physical addiction.
No.
If the marijuana wasn't there, you'd find something else.
Yes, that's what it is. And then when he dug deep into it, this poor kid has just a devastating childhood, and there's all sorts of issues psychologically.
That's always the case with addiction.
Yes.
It's the pain in the individual that's the source of it, not the substance.
I think we could all relate to a certain amount of madness, and I know I certainly can, because I think we're all capable of going down spirals and paths, and then, the concept of hitting rock bottom. Like sometimes you have to hit something where you can't continue your momentum, and you must regroup. And in that regrouping, you reassess or reevaluate. And it's one of the reasons why I'm so addicted to sensory deprivation tanks.
Yeah.
Because that's my regrouping. Right?
It's an amazing place to regroup, and thank you for introducing me to that as well.
I am so grateful that there's people out there that have continued that tradition of building those things, from the Samadhi tanks from the early 60s, from John Lilly to today, Crash, the Float Lab, and the Zero Gravity in Austin. I mean, they've done some amazing work in making sure these things are up to date and the most modern technology as far as filtration systems and insulation, and now they're magical. I mean,
absolutely.
You went to Crash, right?
I went to Crash,
and
I had a fantastic experience. I have to say, I'm really thinking about putting one of those in my hand.
Do it. Yeah. Everybody should. God, man.
And as you say, with some edibles, that's the way to.
Yes,
to enjoy the experience, to get the maximum benefit out of the experience.
It's intensely psychedelic with edibles.
Exactly. I'm really encouraged by what's happening in America, that we are seeing the legalization of cannabis, that the American people, state by state, are just putting their finger up to the federal authority and saying, we are adults, we have a right to decide what we do with our own bodies and our own consciousness. And there is that air of freedom now in Washington State, in Oregon, up there in Alaska, in Colorado. And that's as part of my book tour that I'm really looking forward to when I go present an event in Seattle, which I'll do in early December, and in Portland, Oregon, and and in Denver and in Boulder.
I'm in Denver Saturday night. I couldn't be more excited to get there. I'm so pumped. I can't wait to get there. Because it's a point of freedom, and it's also a point of prosperity.
Yes.
Denver has they have exceeded their what they had in terms of like their expectations for how much money they were going to make out of this in terms of tax revenue. It's gone through the roof. It is the first time ever they make more money from taxes and marijuana than alcohol.
Exactly.
Which is fucking crazy.
There you
if you
go.
look around Colorado, you see how many bars there are, how many liquor stores.
Sorry, I can't hear the planes or.
They make more money in taxes from
bit in my
marijuana
ears.
than they do from all of that.
Well, let's face it, marijuana is a far superior substance to alcohol.
But
Alcohol
they're
is a
still
horrible
selling
poison.
booze. It's not hurting the booze
It is not
business.
hurting the booze business.
Violent crime is down. Drunk driving is to the lowest level it's been in decades.
Anybody,
the whole thing is incredible.
It's a very positive story.
Real estate's gone up.
And what
Everything's
Colorado is
incredible.
proving to the world is that the emperor of the war on drugs wears no clothes.
Absolutely.
The war on drugs is bullshit
that. It is.
from beginning
How
to
do you
end, and it's a grotesque abuse of the right of adults to make decisions about their own bodies and their own consciousness. So, right on with Colorado and the American people who are making this happen. Only in America could this breakthrough take place. It's true that America as a state entity has been a dark force behind the war on drugs, but the American people, state by state, are unraveling that horror and replacing it with something new. This could never happen in Britain. I mean, we have counties in Britain like Yorkshire or Northumberland. I can't envisage a situation ever where Yorkshire would make marijuana legal when London says no. But in America, you can do it. And this is going to change the world. It's not because of marijuana itself. That's not the point. It's not about getting high. It's about respecting the right of adults to make decisions about their own bodies, their own health, and their own consciousness. That is a fundamental human right, and we're beginning to realize that that's exactly what's been taken away from us by the war on drugs.
I think it's also about making decisions based on data, and I think in a way that parallels what you guys are up to. Because I think people are understanding now that we've been sold a bill of goods by these so-called experts about marijuana.
They've sold us so many
nonsense. And not only that, the politicians have hired experts to review the data and then buried it when it didn't meet their expectations.
Exactly.
Well, I have to confess that all of this with me started back in the old days when I was camping in these canyon lands in the western states and altering my consciousness and looking at the landscape and going, something is going on here. There's a story here that is wanting to come out, and I think that we have the potential literally to almost time travel with some of these substances and peer into the past and see it in ways that we would have never seen otherwise.
The enemy is attacking.
And not literally, but like get a sense in your mind, a new perspective, a fresh view. You were talking about it the last time you were here, that you were on acid, right? That's what it was?
Acid and peyote, mostly.
A little bit of this,
a little bit of that.
Yeah. But yeah, spending, a lot of time out, hiking and camping, from Minnesota to the Pacific Ocean and all those northwestern states. I spent months out there, just hanging in the landscape, living in tents up on mountaintops.
Are you dead?
About what was I seeing, and that's really where it started for me. And I think that combining, this immersion into the landscape. You're talking about the sensory deprivation, which is a way to powerfully go in. At the same time, you can have the counterpart of that, which is powerfully going out and seeing the night sky in this altered state, seeing the landscapes around you, and realizing that a hill isn't just a hill. There's a story there. There's some process that we have to come to reckon with in order to understand this planet.
I think there's an interesting point, which is that part of the technological world is to regard nature as matter as dead. That there's just this dead. We're the only consciousness on the planet in the universe, and they refuse to consider the possibility that nature may be highly conscious and highly intelligent. That there may be intelligence in nature, and it seems to me what the psychedelics are nature's way of speaking to us when we've closed our minds and shut ourselves down, when we've taken the soul out of the universe and just turned it into a huge machine. The psychedelics are coming back and saying, hang on, you monkeys, you don't know everything. Listen to us, we got something to teach.
And with that, we just ran through 3 hours.
Yeah.
That's it. How crazy is that? Those 3 hours. It seems like 20 minutes. It was probably more than 3 hours, right? We overtime? We're over. Listen, thank you so much. Graham Hancock, Magicians of the Gods. You can get it right now on Amazon. What is your website again?
Out of HV.
GrahamHancock.com. Sacred Geometry International. Sacred Geometry INT, I believe, is your Twitter handle. Is that what it is?
I think that's right.
I'll check right now, real quick. Yes, Sacred Geometry. Sacred Geo INT.
Okay.
Sir.
And Randall, thank you so much.
Mine has got an annoying double underscore between the Graham and the Hancock.
Well, you can find it, folks, if you go to my Twitter page. It'll be on my Twitter page. You can find both of their Twitter handles on the post that we made about this. Let's do this again. Can we do this again?
Absolutely.
I'm up for it. Let's do it again in a couple of months.
Fantastic.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. See you soon.
Joe, I would like to get you out.
Here you go, Brando.
All right, good job.
Very good, Brando. Good kill.
Thank you, sir. All right, he's coming back the same side, left side.
Go, Brando.
GS, you need subs.
Thank you, though. My air guard doesn't mind if I kill him 50 times as long as he can get me once before I can land. He hates it when I land him.
Try and get back in here and line up again.
Another stick stirrer.
Going around to the left. He's moving out around the other opposite way, other side.
Alert. They are engaging our fields.
I think he's going around to the left, out and out left, heading north.
All right, got me.
If you can bomb him, that'd be great.
I don't see the TV. Looks like he just took a pot shot toward the Knox. Yep.
Yep. He was way too low though. Got a low con, he's hugging the hills here. He's after me, I think. Got a low 110.
Checking Knox. Can't hear where he's moving. One thing.
Can't hear where he's moving.
Roger.
What's the altitude on 110? The deck.
Nice shot.
Thanks. Way to go, separator. Thank you.
Coming this way. Coming back this way.
That's me.
Hey, he's coming this way. There's an enemy right in front here. 1K out. See anything red? Straight
Negative.
off your nose there somewhere. Or off your left wing by now.
Got him.
Feel free to bomb them.
Random, that was worth 25 points, those little T-30. Been low on a totem pole here for ENY.
Yeah, I got him.
Ball's right in front of you.
Damn rubber bullets.
I'm smoking there. Hey, there you go.
convoys rolling through.
Hey, Red, what was the end?
The base is under attack.
He's south of us.
Yep.
So they just saw me get anything to change.
Holy shit. Are you serious? Yeah. You probably just got me kicked off YouTube. No, I mean, it was an accident, right?
Glory, did you just start up?
Yes, I did.
I'll be back.
Copy that.
Where are you going?
My mom's cooking me everything.
To go to Smith? Can you get ice creams and I'll get in the shower right now? Can you get me some clothes out?
Well, I think I may just go and land my kills here.
Take that video on live. You take that video on.
Charger, I think that one is to your right and south of you.
Start up.
Starting up.
Who's shooting?
That was Airdrie just shot Charger.
Oh crap. I guess he was there.
Yeah, he's in those thick bushes. I hear Jeep running around. Airdrie in a Jeep.
He's up again.
Yeah, he's trying to get a tank kill on a Jeep.
I'll just take out your HE and lob it in there.
Starting.
Oh, he's headed away from the spawn this time. Good job, Brando.
pretty scary. Being stuck in a metal tube drifting through the sky can be quite daunting, especially when things go wrong. If you have a fear of flying, you might not enjoy this video. But without further ado, it's time to fasten your seatbelts and prepare for takeoff as we let the darkness take control. Number 1. I travel pretty regularly, so I don't struggle with anxiety nor anything about flying. I really quite enjoy it. That being said, Flight 52 from New York City to Istanbul 2012 was easily the scariest experience of my life. We departed from JFK early evening. I wanted to say about 5 or 6, and it was a 10.5-hour flight. A couple of things as background. My plan was to eat the provided dinner, wait a little bit, take the sleeping pills I bought, and pass out. And hopefully, wake up an hour before landing and avoid all the monotony that goes along with flights. The other thing to note was that this was not a nice plane. It looked old, it felt old, fabricated, and had that old lace. Okay, so everything was going to plan. We were about 3 to 4 hours into the flight. I'd eaten dinner, taken my pills, and was just starting to fade out when I noticed 2 things. 1. The screens throughout the cabin that depicted the flight path and our current location were off. Last I looked, it had shown us ways off on the coast near the middle of the Atlantic, and it felt like we were periodically dropping altitude. It was odd, because it felt controlled, and it wasn't a big constant drop. Just every few minutes, you could sense that we were being lowered bit by bit, leveling off. This sort of piqued my interest enough to shake off the drowsiness that was coming on. But I wasn't really nervous at this point, just curious as to what was going on. I don't think many people on the plane had any idea about anything unusual. That wasn't until we heard over the intercom, "We need to make an unscheduled landing. Flight attendant, prepare the cabin." That got people's attention. Obviously, my first thought was, unscheduled landing? Where? We're in the middle of the Atlantic. I was sitting in the middle of the cabin in the 767 we're in, near where the flight attendant station is, and the jumper seats they sit in, so it was easy for me to lean over and try and chat with one. I asked if they had any information. I knew they were going to know what was going on. To which the 2 flight attendants replied that they didn't have any more information at that point. So sort of quiet anxiety now existed in the cabin. People were chatting quietly between themselves, and everyone was looking around out the windows. It was a clear night, and we were all in the Atlantic. We could see was the ocean. People on the screens are still on. We had continued this period descent. 10 minutes pass. The captain comes on, and essentially repeats the same message.
Hello?
Okay. If you're gonna take a shower and get ready or whatever, hurry, because your mom just sent me a picture. She's like waiting for you, and she looks really sad.
Okay.
She dressed up for Halloween kind of. She got like a little bit of face paint on her face. It's,
Really?
yeah, my mom's like, yeah, you can go over there. She just looks sad in her picture, you know?
Yeah.
So, just hurry up, or if you're gonna take a shower, whatever you're gonna do, so you can go over there and see her. Because I told her that you were gonna shower and we're coming.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Alright, she looks sad. Okay?
I know, Bubba. It's just, it's my Halloween show, so.
I know,
But,
so hurry up. So you can
but
go
I'm
over
done.
and see her.
It was 3 hours. I played with, Joe Rogan, so that's it. I'm gonna land after this.
Yeah, she's been on there all night.
No, I actually haven't.
But you haven't moved from that chat.
Just since Halloween. I mean, just since this morning. This one would have been perfect if it really caught you on camera.
It's over here. Well, I don't know if it did. I was behind the thing and I just changed my shouts, so it's off down there. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna get this rest of this stuff. I'll be there right now. I'm trying to be ready by the time I get there.
Okay.
Alright, bye.
Bye.
Okay, I'm about out of fuel, man. I'm trying to get these last two ord bunkers. I don't know. Ooh, I'm a candle.
Having just connected from an easy 9-hour flight from Heathrow. I was on an easier 1-hour flight to Kentucky. The coffee cart had just passed my row when we dropped so far and so fast, I thought I saw tunnels of coffee from all over the rows ahead of me, flying up towards me and hitting the ceiling of the aircraft. What followed was the worst roller coaster ride ever. The coffee cart was flying back, air hostesses gripping the seat, me gripping the passenger next to me. When it evened out, the pilot announced shakily, "Sorry about that, folks. No idea where that came from. More information soon." The passenger sitting next to me still holding my hand, then assured me we'd make it to the ground no matter what, which, when you think about it, isn't really that comforting. Suddenly, the plane goes down, fast, and thrown about like a hairdryer. I am crying as we heavily hit the ground. Pilot returns to say, "We're currently between two hurricane fronts, so we need to land as soon as possible." We're the last plane to land. The airport shut, and we didn't leave the runway for 40 minutes as the storm lashed the plane. Lightning fell everywhere. And I kindly asked the passenger sitting next to me why everyone's phones were going off like a siren as soon as they turned on. Hurricanes and planes would not try again. Number 3. June 2015. I was on my way to the airport when we get a call saying all commercial flights are cancelled due to storms over the UK and France. I was one of 10 people on a private plane, so this did not apply to the flight I was on, although it was suggested that the plane did not go. The person who paid for the flight was determined to go.
Damn, I'm getting dizzy.
Captains wouldn't agree if it wasn't safe. I made it clear that it was not about the money, as it would be not refundable if we decided to go, but I didn't pay and had nothing to say. Flying to Nice in France is about an hour and a half usually, and we had people waiting for us at the airport for when we were due to land. The first hour was until
Old Glory, I'm gonna leave. He doesn't know you're here. You've been sitting there a while. When I leave, he may start up, and that'll give you a good idea. When I leave,
Okay.
like I said, he may start up. This is what 8 Balls and I did earlier. Worked great.
I have a feeling he's on the southwest corner of the square.
Wow, okay, I'll check.
Set off the rest of my smoke and drive around and try to stir him up a little bit.
Okay. sign.
Any bad guys over here?
Yeah, but we can't find him.
Is he in the GV?
Yeah.
I'll see if I can flush this guy out.
I sat down out here just to see if you would shoot at me. I do hear somebody running, don't know if it's you guys.
I've got my M8 running too.
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Got me gone to supper.
Yeah. Yeah.
BH down over there too.
I'm gonna power out and see if the guy gets a kill.
Yeah, I was just gonna do the same. I just broke my plane.
Can't see the guy.
base is under attack.
I think Mav is AFK.
Check your 6.
No, you see the sun going down on this?
Okay, but still, you're...
Huh? Babe, I'm getting in the shower right now.
Which makeup?
That's What are you boys chasing?
B-51.
Copy. What? So you can leave? No, the sun's going down. That's it. I do one YouTube Halloween special show. You get mad. Huh? See, and then I get fights on it. It's just like, it'll never work, this YouTube idea. You can't grab me some clothes?
Alert. They are engaging our fields.
You too, Red. Thank you, sir. Salute.